Hi, hello, how is it going today? Took a pause because I'm having some disassociation. I forgot I was streaming. I can't log in. Let me think for a minute. Hi, hello. Today what are we doing today? Oh, I got hit with a bad wave of dissociation. I literally forgot where I was. What are we doing? ASMR. Doing ASMR. Probably not, brother. No. No, I kind of just forgot where I was. Yeah, okay, we're doing Narnia. I haven't had a disassociation moment in a minute, so I was like, oh shit. I was like, where am I? I haven't had a disassociation moment in a minute. So I'm probably gonna be a little off until I feel better again. I was completely fine before. I'm off right now. Yeah, we're doing Narnia. Gonna read Narnia. How's my day been? It was good. It was good. I spent the whole day bed rotting, which was really nice because I needed a bed rot day. I needed a day where honestly I didn't really talk to anybody because I didn't want to talk to anybody. I was not having it, especially after yesterday. I feel like I talked from sun up till sundown, so happy to not talk to anybody. The only downside of today is that I was waiting. Okay, so my goal moving forward is for me to start stream earlier. I want to start doing my streams how I used to have them before my schedule got fucked up. I want to start doing them a little bit earlier, and I want to fix my sleep schedule. Because I'm this isn't the move. I can't keep going to bed like this. I'm I can't keep going to bed like this. And I was on time today. I had made my dinner, I had eaten my dinner, I did everything. And then one of my streamers that I like to watch was I'm uploading a new video, but it's gonna be late today. I'm oh my fucking. And usually I like to watch their stuff when I'm eating. So I was I can wait an hour, it's fine. And that shit still isn't uploaded. I'm what was the point? That shit still isn't uploaded. I was refreshing the page I was looking for crack. I was refreshing the page. It's me and everybody else in the fucking waiting room. We're all waiting for this upload. It's a very anticipated upload. I'm not gonna say what it was, but it's a very anticipated upload. And I'm just damn. That shit still isn't uploaded. So I was okay, I guess I'll just stream. Okay, fuck me then. Okay. They said it was gonna be uploaded late 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago they said it was gonna be uploaded late. That's ridiculous. It takes time to upload the video. I know for a fact YouTube doesn't take that long. I know for a fact it doesn't take that long to upload a video, depending on how long the video is. The video is supposed to be 2 hours, but it's been 3 hours. The math isn't adding up. And then people were saying there's a whole conspiracy happening on this YouTube channel, because some people were saying I saw them post earlier and they uploaded it and they deleted it. I saw the post, and I'm oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to watch this shit today. So when was the last time you checked? I checked 3 hours ago. I just checked. I kept checking. I'm refreshing the page. I just refreshed the page right now. That shit is not there. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours. It's literally been 4 hours. I just refreshed the page. The top comment right now is, I just ordered Taco Bell and that shit is cold. I just ordered Taco Bell, the Lost Tacos box, and my shit is cold. I guess I'm just gonna eat this cold food with my Baja Blast. The comment right underneath that is brother. Brother, help. I just want to watch a little bit of the video. I was sitting, it's been 4 hours. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna start streaming. It's not even a stream, it's a YouTube video. I'm waiting for a YouTube video to be uploaded. I'm waiting. That's why I was like, I was supposed to stream a little bit earlier because I want to go back to, I used to stream, my specific time was like 8 p.m. PST, right? Sometimes I would change depending, sometimes it would be like, I used to stream really early. I used to stream like 6 p.m. EST. I used to stream like really, really early. But it's like 6 p.m. is like, just seems a little bit too early. So I don't know about 6 p.m., but I definitely want to like move the clock back up because the clock kept going down, down, down. I was noticing that. I was like, oh, the clock keeps going down. Like I keep starting streams later and later, and I want to start streams a little earlier, how I used to have it, because I thought 8 p.m. PST was a good time. 6 p.m. EST is like too much. 6 p.m. EST. Lewis wasn't even here for the 8 p.m. PST streams. Lewis was here when I was streaming at like 5 p.m. Lewis was here when I was streaming at like 5 p.m. 5 p.m. in the day. 5 p.m. Also, thank you for being first. Thank you. Thanks much. Thanks, memes. Lewis was here when I was literally streaming at like 5 and 6 p.m. And that hasn't happened in a really long time. Also, hi Red Wolf. Hiyo. Hi Jamal. Hiyo. Yeah. So I've been waiting on this upload from this YouTuber for 4 hours. Boo Boo the Foolish Eye. I should have just started stream earlier. I was just like, okay, maybe they'll upload it and then I'm able to watch it, and then I'm able to upload it. Well, they're able to upload it, you know, and then because they said like it was gonna be late 4 hours ago. I'm like, motherfucker, the end of the day is approaching. Just tell me you're gonna upload it tomorrow. What? It's gonna be a midnight release. Hello, hi. Hi. It's gonna be like a midnight release, so I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I can't believe I just refreshed the page and that shit still isn't uploaded. I was actually expecting that when memes said just refresh and see. I was hoping that shit would have been uploaded. It's still not here. 4 hours is crazy. 4 hours is crazy. Just say it's gonna come out tomorrow. Why are you teasing me like this? Anyway, so I'm hoping by the time I'm done streaming that upload will be there, but I don't know. I'm going to go to bed. I'm probably gonna go to bed. If they hit you with the upload is delayed to tomorrow, oh my god, I waited 4 hours. I waited 4 hours. I waited 4 hours. I waited 4 hours. Hiyo. Hi. I really want to watch that upload. I really want to watch it. No, upload it at midnight. Upload it at midnight. Don't wait until tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be able to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like 5 minutes or something. I gotta just get a taste. I'll watch like 5 minutes and then I'm going to go to bed because now my day is ruined. 4 hours is a crazy wait time. I don't think I've ever waited for anything for 4 hours, except for... I'm going to bed. I have work tomorrow. I'm going to bed. I am going to bed. I'm going to bed. I have work tomorrow. And also, I spent the whole day playing Love in Deep Space, so I'm actually regulated now. I was laughing when I went to bed yesterday because I kept thinking about when memes said that I was fiending for fanfiction like crack, because I really was. And like when I went to bed, I didn't even feel regulated because it wasn't even good at this point. Like once I got to AO3, it wasn't even good because I was like, oh, I've been waiting all day for this, but now I'm so tired. I'm so tired. But it was great today. I got my fill in today, so I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling great. Feeling fantastic. I'm regulated. I'm here. We're gonna read Narnia. I'm ready. I'm at peak. I'm not at peak. 50%, 60 something percent puppkats energy right now. And I had school tomorrow morning, yet to spend an extra hour yapping to you. No one told you to do that. Literally nobody told you to do that. I certainly didn't tell you to do that. I told you to go to bed. That's because you don't know how to stop. You don't know how to stop. That's your problem. What was I gonna say? But I had to. You didn't have to. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the Narnia. I gotta do the Narnia recap. I gotta do the Narnia recap. Whenever I speak really softly, my voice just wants to get really husky, and it's like, can you not do that? Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I gotta do the Narnia recap. I don't even remember what happened in this fucking book. I don't remember what happened in this book. Before I start reading, I gotta spend the first hour talking about what the fuck we did last time. I remember. We're on chapter 7. I got through 7 chapters. I'm probably gonna get through 7 more, and then after that, we'll probably have another stream to wrap it up, and then one last stream to wrap up the book, because there's only, if I get through 7 chapters today, there's only 4 more chapters, 4 or 5 more chapters after that. And then I will pick another book to read, or maybe I'll just read the next Narnia book. I don't know. I haven't decided, because I actually haven't read the why was I about to say Prince of Persia? That's not what it is. Prince Caspian. That's the next book, I'm pretty sure. I haven't read it in a really long time, but I'm also not interested in reading the entire Narnia series. I'm not interested in reading the whole thing. I would like to. I'm 50% on reading the next book. Like, I'm 50%. Like, if we get through this one pretty easy, and I'd have to check out the next book, and like see how long it is, because I don't know if this is like a Hunger Games situation where the book gets longer and longer, like the series gets longer and longer as you do it. Actually, that's not even Hunger Games. It's not even Hunger Games. It's more of like, it's not even the Hunger Games, because the Hunger Games is literally like, it's crazy. I think the 3rd book is the biggest book. I think. I could just turn around and look at the books, but I don't want to on my shelf. Oh my god, I grabbed a Dr. Pepper. No. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not really interested in reading all of them, because there's 7 books in total. It's a lot of book. But, you know, maybe just the 2nd one and then move on to something else. I haven't decided yet. We're not even done with this one. So we'll see. Hi, Lewis. We were just talking about you. We were saying horrible things. Terrible, horrible things just about you. Is it because I missed you? No. No. Let me think about that one. No. It is because my sleep schedule is very bad. The first part of that sentence, yeah. Yeah, There's this artist I want to commission so bad, but like they literally, I'm like, they have not opened up their commissions. When did they open up their fucking commissions? When was this? When was this? I feel like I never see when they're online. I always see stream 1 to 2 a.m. in my time. Yes, my sleep schedule has been really bad in the last couple months, I'm not gonna lie. It's mostly because what I used to do is that I would just, I'd work and then I'd stream. I'd work, then I'd stream, and then I would do a lot of like my self-care stuff after. Most of the time now, in the past couple months, I've been working, and then I do self-care, and the self-care, the problem with that is that I get obviously easily distracted, and like 1 hour of self-care turns into 3 hours of doing something. So by the time I end up streaming, it's like late. So I'm like, I gotta get back to just like doing it at a time, and then just putting everything off until the end, because that was a good schedule. I was doing good at keeping that. It was actually working out. I was doing good at keeping that, and then I went on vacation. Then I went on vacation and it all fell apart. I am good. Yeah, I'm just a little like off today because I started disassociating at the start of stream. But you know, I'm here. But you know, I'm here. I'm here, and we're gonna read Narnia. And we're gonna read a Narnia. Yes, and I decided. Did I decide this? I don't like how that starts. I don't like how that starts. I'll think about it. I'll give it another week. But I think I'm gonna do my yearly donathon, because I didn't do one last year because I was like, kind of feels weird to do it in December because I was leaving a lot earlier than I usually leave. So I think I left like a lot earlier in December than I usually do. So I was like, it just kind of felt weird. So I was like, I wanted to have more time with it. So I think I'm gonna do it in February because February is the month of love. February is the month of love, and I love love, and I love Valentine's Day. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Except I'm probably not gonna start it until that Monday. Because I was like, oh, I should start it on February, but I fucking hate that the first day of the month is on a Saturday, because I am gonna take off that Sunday. So I just might take off that Sunday. But then I like starting things on like a Monday, you know, like Monday feels good. Like I like starting things on like Mondays. So I think I'm gonna do Monday, and then I don't know if I should make it until the end of the month and then we end on Friday, or I should keep it at a certain time. I kind of like the idea of ending it on the month because it's also Black History Month too. It's so many things. I love February. It's Black History Month. It's Valentine's Day. Love February. It's so good. It's the shortest month of the year. Interesting month. I love February. If I had to pick my favorite month, it just might be February. That's not true. It'd probably be like a summer month because I love summer. But February is an interesting month. So yeah, I'm thinking like in 2 weeks. On that Monday is the start of Donathon. Yeah, and then all the way up until the 28th would be the last day. Because I also like ending things on a Friday. I like starting things on Monday, ending things on Friday. Nice, succinct day, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Because I already wrote everything that I wanted to do. This has nothing to do with Narnia, but I already wrote everything that I was going to do because I had originally planned that I was supposed to do it in January. Thank you. It is a very nice hat. I was supposed to do it in January this month, but then I was like, kind of want to like get back to streaming and just like get used to streaming after taking a vacation before I started doing that. So February sounds good. February sounds good. Yeah, I already like made all the infographics and stuff, and I'm actually like very happy about, not very happy, but I like the reward for top gifter this time. I made a purposeful slot because I love designing things, so I like the reward for top gifter this time. So we'll see. We'll see. Yes, I think that's what I'm gonna do that. I think that is when I'm gonna do that, on the 3rd. But I'll like cement it next week. Next week, Saturday for sure. Yeah, next week, Saturday for sure, because then it would be like I take a break and then Monday we start. Yeah. But yeah, very excited. And then I'm not gonna do like a, what is it called? It won't be like a non-stop stream. I'm gonna turn off my PC, but I will stream for a very long period of time every single day. It just be like daily streams, kind of like now, but with punishments. Kind of like now, but not at all. Kind of like now, but just like way more. But yeah. So heads up for like the next 2 weeks. Kind of like now, but I'll probably start streams earlier, and then probably after that, I'm probably gonna take a big break. Not from streaming. I'm still gonna stream, but I'm probably not gonna do like daily streams. I'll probably stream every other day as I'm recovering from streaming basically the entire month of February. Because I think I might include Sundays in that month. So you guys will see me damn near every single day. I think I might include just for the donathon, I will include Sundays in my streams. So we'll see. I'll think about it. We'll see. I'll think about it. But yeah, then I'm probably just gonna switch to like every other as I'm recovering, and then after that I don't fucking know. But then after that I don't fucking know. It's way too far in advance. I don't like planning stuff too far in advance. But yeah, heads up. Heads up. Heads up. In any case, we're reading Narnia today. I've said that like 16 billion times. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the first book in the Narnia series. Doing a bit of recap. Last time that we read, we started the book. Yeah, we started the book, and we were introduced to our protagonists. We have Lucy, Peter, Susan, and Edmund. Lucy, Peter, Susan, and Edmund. They are 4 siblings. 2 girls, 1 boy. 2 girls, 2 boys. I don't know, I said 1 boy. I hate Edmund, sorry. I'm taking Edmund out of the race because I hate him. Mio is having beef with 8-year-olds, but like he's a very annoying like 11-year-old. And we'll get to that, but 4 siblings that left their home because they're in the middle of a war. I always forget about this part, that they're like actively in the middle of a war, like their hometown is like actively in a war, and like that's why they're in this fucking house to begin with. So they left their hometown. Kids got shipped off. They're away from their mom. They don't really talk about their dad. They just talk about their mom, how their mom kind of shipped them away for their own safety to go live in this house with the professor. Forget the relation, to be completely honest. I don't know how they're related, but they refer to him as the professor. in this house that is described as being older than everybody. It's like this magical old house that has all these big ass rooms and all these fun areas, and rooms that have all these, one room has like all these green fabrics in it, and the other room is full of like luxurious coats, and every single room and corridor has something interesting in it. And and for the first half of the book, they're just kind of trying to make the best of their situation. You know, they're getting used to this house that they're living in. And Lucy, who is the youngest of all of the siblings, she's described as being like 10. She's like very young, like 10, like 9 years old. The order of the siblings is Lucy, Edmund, Susan, and Peter is the oldest. So Lucy ends up inside of a room because she's playing hide and seek with the kids because it's raining out, because they're in England. This entire book takes place in Britain, because of course it does. And there's nothing for them to do outside because, you know, it's like 1950 something. The only thing you can do is go outside, and that's it. There's nothing to do inside the house. So they're like, okay, it's raining outside, let's play hide and seek. Lucy stumbles her way into a room, and it has this big ass wardrobe inside of it. And she's like, I'll just hide inside this wardrobe and they'll never find me. But when she steps inside the wardrobe, she's actually like, this is a much bigger wardrobe than I would have anticipated. This wardrobe's kind of massive. She's like feeling around in there, and she keeps feeling, she's like, what is that crunchy stuff that I'm feeling between my toes? And she steps out, and it's like a snowy wonderland, question mark. And she's like, and she looks, and she can see the inside of the house because she made sure to keep the door open. She made sure to keep the door open. This will become important later. We haven't gotten to that point, but it will become important later. She made sure to keep the door open. She's like, interesting. Portal to a different dimension, question mark. And Lucy gets accosted. Is essentially what happens. She gets accosted by this fawn, this creature with hooves, a cute tail, this grown man. He's cute, but he's a grown man. He's a grown man, this fawn that's like, oh my god, are you a human? Are you a daughter of Eve? Are you a son of Adam? And Lucy's like, I'm 8 years old. I don't know what any of those things mean, but I am human, yes. I am a girl, yes. And the fawn is like, oh my god, my name is Mr. Tumnus. I've never met a daughter of Eve, but I've heard about you. Do you want to come over to my house? It's kind of cold outside, no? Like, do you want to come over to my house? Like, I have snacks. I know you're hungry. It's like 1950 something. You guys haven't eaten. There's a war happening. Would you like to come over? And Lucy's 8, so she's like, well, I am hungry. I am hungry. I am hungry. So yeah, I haven't eaten anything. I think like we only have gruel back at home because again, it's wartime in Britain. It's the worst place you can be. So she's like, okay, I will follow you because, you know, you do seem like kind of a nice guy, Mr. Tumnus. So I guess I'll follow you. So she follows this grown man, this grown fawn, I should say, back to his house. And they are feasting. They are feasting on 4 different types of toast. They have toast with sardines, toast with butter, toast with sugar, and cake. There's like the 4th toast that I can't remember, but like the toast with sardines is what took me out. So they're eating 4 different types of toast. And then cake with tea. It's not avocado toast. There weren't avocados during the war. And Lucy's like, this shit smacks. This shit bone up the teeth. This is delicious. I love this. Wow, Mr. Tumnus, you really know how to throw a fucking party. And this has been great, but like I really have to go home because like I think I've been here for a really long time, and like we must have been here for fucking hours. Because Mr. Tumnus lives in a cave, and the cave is nice and cozy. He's got like a little fireplace, he's got all the toast, he's got all the cake, all the tea. She's like, damn, I've been here. Hours have passed. I gotta go home. My siblings are probably like, where the fuck is Lucy? I gotta go. And Mr. Tumnus is like, oh, Lucy, can I tell you a secret? Do you know you have 30 minutes? Can I tell you a secret? You have 30 minutes. And Lucy's like, what does that mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mr. Tumnus? And Mr. Tumnus is like, actually, I have a confession. Yeah. I was supposed to be kidnapping you. But like you've been so nice that like I just don't think I can bring myself to do it. And then he starts sobbing and crying and crying and sobbing and crying and sobbing some more. And Lucy's like, I am literally 8 years old and you are a grown man crying in front of me. Stand up. Stand up. Like, what are you talking about? Explain yourself. And he stops sniveling for 5 seconds and he's like, well, do you know the White Queen? And Lucy's like, well, I know white. I've heard of a White Queen, but I don't think it's the same. I've heard of a White Queen. Don't think it's the same one. Can you explain it to me? Mr. Thomas is like, it's this evil bitch. This evil bitch that has pronounced herself Queen of Narnia. She has just decided one day, she woke up one morning and said, actually, I think I'm gonna rule over all of this shit. And she has made it an everlasting winter here in Narnia. Like, this shit used to be green. We used to be drinking from the forest. There were rivers that flowed. We had fucking parties day from sun up to sundown. Like, it was a vibe, Lucy. It was a vibe. And unfortunately, because of this white bitch that made it an everlasting winter, we can't do that anymore. Yeah. And she's taken me prisoner. Yeah. I'm actually working for her with no pay. And Lucy's like, no pay? No pay. Which I think is such a funny line that she's asking about payment. I'm exaggerating some points, but I promise you this is literally how this shit happened in the book. She's like, are you getting paid? And Thomas is like, no, I'm a fucking prisoner. No, Lucy, I'm a prisoner. And she commanded me, you know, if I ever saw a son of Adam or a daughter of Eve, i.e. a human, I would have to, you know, smooth talk them and then send them on the way to her, because there's this prophecy that we're all going to be saved by 2 sons of Adam and 2 daughters of Eve. But I don't know about that. I don't know about the prophecy like that. I just heard it from the grapevine. Besides the point. Anyway, I was supposed to kidnap you, but I don't think I can bring myself to do it. And Lucy starts freaking out because she's like, I really don't want to be kidnapped, so can you promise me that you're not gonna do that? And Mr. Thomas is like, well, yes. Yes, I think I can, because you've been so nice to me. Like, you're my best friend, Lucy, an 8-year-old child. You were my best friend. Like, we are 2 peas in a pod. Like, I will get you home, and whatever happens to me, I guess that's on me. I mean, you know, I was just trying to kidnap a child, so I guess I'll have to just deal with it. So they make that little promise. Mr. Tumnus guides Lucy back to the lamppost where he found her. I didn't mention the lamppost. It's vaguely important, not that important. The lamppost where he found her, where she can see the wardrobe entrance in the distance. Mr. Tumnus is like, are you good? Can you find your way back from here to that, like, earth land that you were talking about? War of Drobe, I think is what he called it. And Lucy's like, yeah, Mr. Tumnus, I forgive you. I know you were gonna kidnap me and sell me off to this evil white bitch, but I forgive you. I forgive you. And Mr. Tumnus starts crying and sobbing, and he's like, oh my god, thank you, my sins have been forgiven. So then Lucy runs. She's scrambling because she's like, damn, my siblings are gonna beat my ass because I've been gone for hours. She's scrambling. She runs through the wardrobe, pushes past all of the coats and whatnot, and she tumbles out. And she goes crying for her siblings, Susan, Peter, Edmund. She's crying for all of them. And they're just exiting the bed and they're just opening the door. And they're like, Lucy, why are you crying for us? I thought we were playing hide and seek. And she's like, what are you guys talking about? And they're like, Lucy, we just started playing hide and seek. We literally just started playing hide and seek. Like, you didn't even hide for that long. Like, what? Why are you screaming for us? And Lucy's like, fun fact, no, I've been gone for hours. I was in the wardrobe, and the wardrobe transported me to another dimension where I had toast with Mr. Tumnus. And they're like, who the fuck is Mr. Tumnus? Like, what are you talking about? So Lucy's like, well, go look inside the wardrobe, go see, because I've been gone. It transports you into another dimension. And they're like, okay. So then they look inside the wardrobe, and that shit has coats in it. Nothing but coats. They push past the coats. Wood racks. They're like, okay, Lucy, I understand you have a big and active imagination, but we are not involved in your little world, you know? And she's like, okay. Nobody believes me. Alright, okay. I have never told a lie in my life. Fun fact about Lucy, she does not lie. She doesn't do it. You know why? We'll get to that later in the book. But she doesn't do it. Lucy has never told a lie. Lucy just does not lie. She tells the truth 110% of the time. So she's looking at her siblings. She's like, I have never told a lie. Why would I start now? Why do you guys think I'm lying? And they're like, well, you are 8 years old. You are a child. So, meh. And this really upsets Lucy. So for the next couple weeks, she starts getting real mad. She starts getting real upset, real mad. Real upset, real mad. Because, like, nobody fucking believes her. Not a single person believes her. But what happens next? Is that the second sibling, Edmund, finds himself on a different day looking for Lucy because he's been teasing Lucy this entire time because he loves being a little shit. He's been teasing her. Oh, you really found this magical area with snow, huh? Inside of the wardrobe. Oh, Lucy, look at you and your big imagination. He's been teasing her, bothering this girl, bothering his sibling, being a big piece of shit to his little sister. So Lucy's like run off at a later day, and he's looking for her because he's like, damn, I'm about to get in big fucking trouble with the older siblings, like if I don't go find Lucy. So he runs after her. He sees Lucy run into the wardrobe. He's like, oh my god, this fucking wardrobe again. Okay, let me step inside. So he steps inside. Lucy's not in there. He's like, damn, this wardrobe's kind of big, like much bigger than I would have originally anticipated. And he starts walking through the wardrobe because he's looking for Lucy. He's like, Lucy, damn, this wardrobe's much bigger than intended. Whoa, last time we checked it, like, this wardrobe was not that big. And he walks through, and obviously he starts seeing snow. He starts seeing snow. He starts seeing a forest. He's like, oh, I guess that little shit was telling the truth. Damn, I hate being fucking wrong. There's something about Edmund that we're gonna get to know is that Edmund hates being wrong. He hates it, can't stand admitting that he was ever wrong. He can't stand it. It's like, oh, now I have to go apologize to her. I don't want to do that, but I guess I have to do that. So he's like, damn, now I have to go look for her in this vast land that I'm now in because I'm stuck inside here waiting for Lucy. And he's calling for her, Lucy, Lou. Hey, remember when I was teasing you all those days ago about you having a big active imagination? I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. And Lucy obviously doesn't come out because she's not there, but you know who does come out? A sleigh. And not a sleigh as in like sleigh, but a sleigh as in like a literal sleigh. Comes out with a reindeer, and I think they describe him as a dwarf. Yes, a dwarf that is commanding this reindeer and sleigh, and there is a white woman in the back. And she is described as being entirely white, not pale, but white. She was white like snow or icing sugar. And that she wore white fur, and she had a big ass wand that she held in her hand. And she was very beautiful. And Edmund comments, he's like, damn, it's a sight to see. But he has no time to really think about all that because the lady stops the sleigh and she's like, excuse me, I've never seen a creature like you around these parts. Who are you? And Edmund starts freaking out because this big ass lady is in front of him. He's like, I'm 12. And my name is Edmund. Hi. Hello. And this lady starts interrogating him. Interrogating him because he's like, you're Edmund. Aren't you supposed to be bowing? Do you know who the fuck I am? I'm a queen. And Edmund's like, this is my first time here. I've never been here in my entire life. And she's like, what do you mean you've never been here in your entire life? What are you, a dwarf or something? And Edmund's like, no, I'm a boy. I'm a boy. And she's like, a boy? You mean a son of Adam? And Edmund's like, I don't fucking know what that is. I'm 12. I don't know. What? What are you talking about? And she's like, okay, I see what I gotta do here. So she switches up and she starts being real nice. She's like, oh my god, poor kid. Do you want to come up on my sleigh? Stranger danger, but Edmund doesn't listen to that. He's like, oh my god, yes, I would love to come up on the sleigh. Do you want something to wear? It's cold outside, isn't it? Let me give you my fur. Puts the fur on him. You must be hungry. Do you want something to drink? You want something to eat? She magics up some cocoa for him. He's drinking. He's enjoying himself. Ooh. He's like, this is delicious. Never had anything like that. This is wartime. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is. You have 39 questions about French fries. You can ask all of them on Google. You can ask every single last one of them on Google. So he's drinking the hot chocolate. She's like, oh, the hot chocolate's pretty good, huh? What would you want to eat? And Edmund's greedy ass says Turkish delight. Greedy motherfucker. He says Turkish delight. I know he's 12, but that's greed. That's greed. That's the type of greed they talk about in the Bible. It truly is the type of greed they talk about in the Bible. Hi, Ramses. Hiya. And she's like, okay, you want like hot chocolate and Turkish delight, all right? But I'll do it. So she makes an entire box of Turkish delight. And he eats several pounds of Turkish delight, which is absolutely insane when I look back on it. several pounds of Turkish delight. Insanity. So he eats the Turkish delight, and while he's eating and drinking and gorging himself, the queen is asking him questions like, do you have any siblings? Do you have anybody else that kind of looks like you? Have they ever been to Narnia before? And he is answering. He's giving it though. He is giving it up. He's giving it up. 110%. He's like, yes, I have 3 siblings. I have a brother. He's older than me. I have 2 sisters. Like, my other sister, she's been here before, but the other ones, they haven't been here. He is squealing like a pig. Oink, oink. Gorging himself on Turkish delight and hot chocolate. Meanwhile, the queen is like, this is definitely interesting. This is definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. Hi-oh, hi. Definitely interesting. And Edmund finishes all his Turkish delight and he's like, can I have more? And she's like, no. Actually, no, you can't have any more. Because first I need you to do something for me. I need you to bring your brother and your sisters to me. And Edmund's like, I really don't give a fuck about them. Yeah, I really don't give a fuck. Don't really care. Can you give me more Turkish delight? And she's like, okay, I can give you more Turkish delight, but first I need you to like get your siblings, you know, to like come and meet me. And then I'll give you all the Turkish delight you could ever want. Because like right now, like my magic supply is like really low, but like if we're in my house, you know, I'd have all the Turkish delight in the world to give you. And Edmund, not clocking how sketchy this entire situation is like, but I want to go to your house right now. Like, let's just go right now. Fuck my siblings. Let's go right now. I want the Turkish delight. Because the Turkish delight is just that fucking good. It's also described that the Turkish delight is like magic Turkish delight and people can't stop eating it, but there's no way that he's this greedy over some Turkish delight. Like, I just can't wrap my head around it. I know it's magic, but it's like, there's something seriously wrong with Edmund. There was something wrong with Edmund before this situation, before the Turkish delight. There was something wrong with him. Because he's like, yeah, I really don't give a fuck about my siblings. I don't care. I just want to eat Turkish delight. And the queen is like, okay. I mean, like, you know, if you could bring your siblings, you know, I don't have any kids and I've always wanted kids. You guys can be like my children, you know, like I'm actually the queen. I don't know if I said this before. I'm the queen of Narnia and I've always wanted to have a prince, and because I don't have kids I can't have a prince. And like, I'm thinking maybe you could be my prince, but like maybe you could do that, but only if, you know, you bring your siblings, because I wouldn't want you guys to be split apart, you know? And, you know, they could all be, like, servants. Servants. She doesn't start saying that. She's not servants. That's probably what Edmund wants, but she does say they could all be, like, court, a part of your court, you know, if you were a prince. They could be, like, dukes and whatnot. And Edmund's like, I really don't give a fuck about my siblings. And she's like, damn. The queen is like, okay, fine, damn. I mean, like, okay, let's focus on the Turkish delight. I thought you would have cared about your siblings. Whatever. Whatever you say. She's like, yeah, I really need you to like bring your siblings. It's like really important, you know? Only then can you be the prince. And, you know, maybe later even the king. And you can have all the Turkish delight you could ever want. And Edmund thinks about it and he's like, okay. Doesn't even wait a second. He's like, okay. Alright, I think I will. I think I will do that. I want Turkish Delight. Hi. Hello. Hello. He's like, yeah, I just want to eat Turkish Delight. Fuck my siblings. I don't really care. And she's like, the queen is like, okay. Do you see in the distance, like between those two mountains? That's where I live. So once you like bring your siblings, just like head straight down that direction. You can't miss my house. It's white, just like all of my other stuff. Like you can't miss it between the forest. It's right there. So just like bring them over there. Bring them over. You know, I just would love to meet them. How am I? I'm good. I'm feeling a lot better than when I started stream. I hope you're doing well as well. And Edmund's like, sounds like a good plan, I bet. And she's like, oh, one last thing. Don't tell them that you know me. Like, I want it to kind of be a surprise, you know? Like a little big surprise that, like, we're kind of friends now, you know? I don't want them to, like, hear that, like, you met this white witch. I mean, queen. Witch. I mean, queen in the forest. Because, like, people are spreading nasty rumors about me. Pretty nasty rumors that I, like, you know, set an eternal winter everywhere and that I, you know, kill people. People are saying that. People are saying that. And I would just hate for your siblings to have that opinion of me. And Edmund really truly doesn't give a fuck because he interrupts her to be like, can I have Turkish Delight again? Just like one more. Just like one piece. And the queen is like, no, you can't have it. No, I just told you can't have Turkish Delight. Stop asking me. And so she kicks him off the sleigh and goes, anyway, make sure to bring your siblings. Come back quickly with all of your siblings. That's the only way that I'm gonna give you Turkish Delight. Bye. And Edmund is sitting there, Bobo the Fool, on the ground with his sticky fingers and his sticky face because he ate several pounds of Turkish Delight and hot chocolate. And around the corner, he sees Lucy bounding at him. And he's like, oh, right, I forgot about her. Right. Forgot about my sibling. Hi. And Lucy's like, oh my god, Edmund. Because Lucy is very sweet. Oh my god, Edmund. You finally made it. You made it. Like, I told you I wasn't lying. I told you. This is great. This is fantastic information that, like, you're also here. Because now, when we leave, you can tell the others, you know, like, the elders, that I'm not crazy. And that, like, you experience this too. That, like, the wardrobe really is a portal to another dimension. And Edmund's like, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. For sure, yeah. Where have you been, Lucy? And Lucy's like, well, I was having lunch with Mr. Tumnus, you know, the fawn that I was telling you about. Yeah, and like he was telling me all these stories about the white witch, you know, otherwise known as the white bitch. Tell me all these stories about her, and how terrible and nasty she is. Have you met her? And Edmund's like, no, I don't think I have. I think I would remember something like that. Yeah, so let's go. Let's go. So they both leave. They exit through the wardrobe yet again. And then Lucy, excited as hell, runs over to Peter and Susan immediately. And she's like, Edmund has seen it too. He was just there. He was just there. Also, we're taking a regular scheduled ad break in 1 minute, probably 30 seconds from now. So if you're hungry, tired, and or sleepy, feel free to take care of yourself during this time. I'm still recapping what happened in the last part of the book. So yeah, Lucy, excited. She's like bounding over. Peter, Susan, everything I said is true. Everything I said is true. I'm not crazy. I told you, I never lie. I've never lied in my entire life. I never lie. Thank you for the thirsty redeem. Thanks much. She's like, I never lie. I've never told a lie in my entire life. Edmund's seen it, and he'll tell you. He just promised me. He promised me that he was gonna tell you. And Edmund is standing there, and he looks at Lucy. Then he looks at Peter and Susan. Then he looks at Lucy. And he starts smiling. And he goes, right, yeah, me and Lucy, we went inside the wardrobe and we started imagining shit together. Yeah. We've been playing make-believe all day. So she's right, in a sense. In a sense. But you know, we're just doing it for fun. There's nothing actually there in the wardrobe. And Lucy, poor Lucy, she can't even stand to look at Edmund. She looks at him one time and is like, I'm out of here. She leaves. He leaves. And Edmund, who is described as becoming a nastier person with every moment, thinks that he's like, oh, she's right. She ran away and she started crying. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is great. It's awesome. And he starts berating her. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with Lucy? Like, I was just saying that if we play make-believe, like, that's the problem with kids these days. And then Peter's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he's like, what? And Peter's like, seriously, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you do that? Why would you piss her off like that? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, she's clearly going through something, and then you start riling her up about this make-believe wardrobe shit. Like, why would you do that? You're a terrible brother. Why would you do that? And Edmund's like, beatboxing. Beatboxing in the room, because he's like, I didn't think this would backfire on me. I thought everybody would be on my side. No, because it's weird, Edmund, that you would be bullying your sibling. It is weird. It's very strange. Very strange. So Peter's like, yeah, you haven't been thinking. Like, stop bothering Lucy. Like, stop being like that. So the older ones are now freaking the fuck out, because they're like, Lucy is on this thing about the wardrobe. Like, what does this mean? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why does she keep talking about the wardrobe? And Edmund has made it worse, because now he started playing make-believe with her. Like, I don't know. So they go and tell the professor, because they're like, maybe she's suffering from madness. Because we live in 1859 and there's madness. And the professor is like, the professor is like, meh. It doesn't sound like madness to me. And Peter and Susan are like, but she's talking about like a make-believe world in the wardrobe. And the professor's like, okay, like who cares? Like, is it hurting anybody? How do you even know that the wardrobe isn't a dimension transporter? How do you know that? And they're like, I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess. I guess. Aren't you an adult? And the professor's like, yeah, I am an adult. How do you not know that the wardrobe is not a dimension transporter? Like, I can't get past this part. Like, you know that Lucy doesn't lie, right? And they're like, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. And the professor's like, it just might. There are weirder things that could happen. And they're like, okay, damn. Like, okay, damn. Like, we tried to tell the professor, and the professor's just told us to fuck off. Like, okay, all right. So, nothing that they could do, nothing that they could do there, so they leave it alone. Everybody just stops talking about the wardrobe for a little while. Up until, because I mentioned earlier that this house is very old and people love coming to take pictures of it. They give house tours because this house is like old as fuck and it has all these magical rooms where it's like all these cool things are inside of it. So one day they're giving a tour. The maid of the house, I guess you could call it that, yeah, the maid of the house is giving a tour of the house, and she's like, I don't want to see a sight of you kids here. I don't want to see you kids because all these adults are going to be here, so I don't want to see children walking about. So they're like trying to avoid her, and some way somehow they get back into this room that has the wardrobe in it, and they start hearing the door jingle jangling. They're like, oh, we have to hide inside the wardrobe. We have to hide inside the wardrobe. So they all go inside the wardrobe. All 4 of them are inside the wardrobe. And suddenly, they're like, this wardrobe's kind of cold. It's kind of big. Much bigger than we thought. Whoa. And they start walking through the wardrobe. And of course, they end up in Narnia. And Susan and Peter, immediately, the best thing about Peter, love Peter. He's like, Lucy, I'm sorry. The first thing that he does is like, Lucy, I'm very sorry. I should have believed you. I apologize. Like this, I apologize. You were right. And Lucy, of course, being so sweet, is like, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I forgive you. I forgive you. She's like, okay, well, what are we gonna do now? What do we do now? And Peter's like, we're gonna explore. We're gonna explore. But first, of course, they gotta get dressed because it's cold as shit. So they use the coats that were inside of the wardrobe to bundle themselves up. And then everybody starts looking at Edmund because they're like, Edmund, a few days ago you said that Lucy was a big fat liar and that she was pretending that this world was real, but actually you've been here before, you motherfucking liar. You're a lying weasel. You're a lying weasel. That's what you are. And Edmund, as insane as ever, mutters underneath his breath that he is gonna pay them back for everything that they've all done to him, for being stuck up, self-satisfied prigs, which is once again insane behavior on Edmund's part because he was bullying his sister. I don't know why Edmund feels slighted. I don't know why he's like that. He just is like that. Insane behavior from this 12-year-old. So they make a plan that they're all going to visit Mr. Tumnus because that's where Lucy's been hanging out. So they're like, okay, let's go visit Mr. Tumnus. I never met Mr. Tumnus before. So all of them go there. But when they get there, that place is beat the fuck down. That place is beat down. Ruined. Absolutely ruined. It is destroyed. Washed. There's like shit everywhere. It's empty. It's dank. It's dark. There's no warm fireplace going on. It's terrible. It smells gross. There's like, everything's like ripped up. And everyone's like, Lucy, is this where you've been hanging out with this guy? And she's like, no, it didn't look like this when I came over. Something happened here. And they find a little note, a little message, a little announcement written, nailed to the carpet of the floor. And it's like, well, it's not like, but it says that Mr. Tumnus has been arrested and he's waiting trial because he committed high treason because he's been hanging out with a human when he was supposed to be delivering that human to the Queen of Narnia. Long live the Queen, it says. So now they're all like, oh. Oh. This place is kind of scary. This place is kind of scary, like really scary. We should go back. Yeah, we should head back, Susan says. And Lucy's like, no, I'm not going back. I'm not gonna do that because Mr. Tumnus is in this mess because of me. He never would have been arrested because if it wasn't for me. So I'm not gonna go back. I'm gonna deal with this. We have to help him. We have to do something. And everybody's like, I guess we can do something, except for Edmund, who is like, I actually don't want to do anything. We should head back. And everybody tells Edmund to shut the fuck up, as he should. As he should. So they're like, we don't even know where we're supposed to be going if we needed to help him. We don't even know. But Lucy, ever inventive, is like, well, I don't know. Mr. Tumnus is an animal, so maybe the animals here can talk. So she starts going over to a bird and she's like, hey, I don't even know if you can talk, but like, can you tell us like where Mr. Tumnus is? Can you help us? And the bird doesn't say anything, but the bird does start leading them somewhere. The bird starts leading them somewhere, and they make a unanimous decision to just follow the bird because they don't even know where they're going, so might as well just follow the bird. And that's kind of where we left off last chapter. And I forgot to say, because it is important, but a little tiny thing at the end, Edmund is obviously conspiring something, probably associated with his white witch situation. He's trying to like manipulate Peter because he whispers to Peter and he's like, hey Peter, I don't want to frighten the girls because, you know, women they're emotional, they're overreactive, but you know, it's weird that we're following birds, right? Like, it's really weird that we're following birds. And Peter's like, I don't know. I mean, I've never heard of a world inside of a wardrobe, so this whole situation's kind of weird. I don't really know. And Edmund is like, but how do we even know which side is the right side? You know, like, we're just being told that this queen is like a bad guy. But like, what if, and stay with me now, what if the queen is actually good? And what if the animals are actually the bad guys? I'm just throwing it out there. Just an idea. And Peter's like, I don't really have time to be thinking about this, Edmund, but, you know, let's pick up this conversation another day, okay? So he's planting the seeds of doubt. And that's where we left off last time. Told you it was going to take like about an hour. About an hour for us to get back. And now we're on chapter 7. Okay. And if you haven't already done so or participated, make sure to make yourself as comfortable as possible, sleepy as possible, whether that be in your bed, you know, in your chair, wherever you are, wherever you're listening. Get yourself as comfy and cozy as possible. How are y'all doing? Doing good? EP. Doing good. Just finished recapping the last 7 chapters of this book. So I'm gonna start reading. Just finished recapping everything, so I'm gonna start reading. EP, always EP. Yes, we're gonna start reading. We're in chapter 7, or the last 6 chapters of the book. My mistake, because we're in chapter 7 right now. Oh yeah, and I forgot to put on what we're reading, but it's in the title anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Whoops. That's not what I meant to click. Let's see. Where is it? There we go. It's in the title anyway. That's why I put it in both, so everyone could stop asking me. Into bed and eating. Well, I'm gonna start reading. And this chapter is called A Day with Beavers. A Day with the Beavers. Okay. A Day with the Beavers. We'll see where that goes. And I'm just gonna start, and if you've never heard me read before, I like to pause and talk about stuff as it happens. If that bothers you, go listen to an audiobook. If that bothers you, you're in the wrong stream. It's my stream, so I'm gonna talk when I want to. While the two boys were whispering behind, both the girls suddenly cried, "Oh," and stopped. "The robin," cried Lucy. "The robin. It's flown away." And so it had, right out of sight. "And now what are we to do?" said Edmund, giving Peter a look, which was as much as to say, "What did I tell you?" "Shh! Look," said Susan. "What?" said Peter. "There's something moving among the trees over there to the left." They all stared as hard as they could, and no one felt comfortable. "There it goes again," said Susan presently. "I saw it that time too," said Peter. "It's still there. It's just gone behind that big tree." "What is it?" asked Lucy, trying very hard not to sound nervous. "Whatever it is," said Peter, "it's dodging us. It's something that doesn't want to be seen." "Let's go home," said Susan, and then, though nobody said it out loud, everyone suddenly realized the same fact that Edmund had whispered to Peter at the end of the last chapter. They were lost. "Oh, what's it like?" said Lucy. It's a kind of animal," said Susan. And then, look, quick, there it is." 1 second, I want to raise my mic. Felt like I was bending down a little bit too much. They all saw it this time, a whiskered, furry face, which had looked out at them from behind a tree. But this time, it didn't immediately draw back. Instead, the animal put its paw against its mouth just as humans put their fingers on their lips when they're signaling to you to be quiet. Then it disappeared again. The children all stood holding their breath. A moment later, the stranger came out from behind the tree, glanced all around as if it were afraid someone was watching, said, "Hush," made signs to them to join it in the thicker bit of the wood where it was standing, and then disappeared once more. "I know what it is," said Peter. "It's a beaver. I saw the tail." "It wants us to go to it," said Susan, "and it is warning us not to make a noise." "I know," said Peter. "The question is, are we to go to it or not? What do you think, Lou?" "I think it's a nice beaver," said Lucy. "Yes, but how do we know?" said Edmund. "Shan't we have to risk it?" said Susan. "I mean, it's no good just standing here, and I feel I want some dinner." At this moment, the beaver again popped its head out from behind the tree and beckoned earnestly to them. "Come on," said Peter. "Let's give it a try. All keep close together. We ought to be a match for one beaver if it turns out to be an enemy." So the children all got close together and walked up to the tree, and in behind it, and there, sure enough, they found the beaver. but it still drew back, saying to them in a hoarse, throaty whisper, "Further in, come, further in, right in here. We're not safe in the open." Only when it had led them into a dark spot, where 4 trees grew so close together that their boughs met, and the brown earth and pine needles could be seen underfoot because no snow had been able to fall there, did it begin to talk to them. "Are you the sons of Adam and daughters of Eve?" it said. "We're some of them," said Peter. "Shh, shh, shh," said the beaver. "Not so loud, please. We're not even safe here." "Why?" "Oh, who are you afraid of?" said Peter. "There's no one here but ourselves." "There are the trees," said the beaver. "They're always listening. Most of them are on our side, but there are trees that would betray us to her. You know who I mean." And it nodded its head several times. "If it comes to talking about sides," said Edmund, "how do we know you're a friend?" "Not meaning to be rude, Mr. Beaver," added Peter, "but you see, we're strangers." Quite all right," said the beaver. "Here's my token." With these words, it held up to them a little white object. They all looked at it in surprise, till suddenly Lucy said, "Oh, of course. It's my handkerchief, the one I gave to poor Mr. Tumnus. I didn't mention it earlier because it really wasn't important. That's like when he was like sobbing and crying because he was like, "Oh my god, I almost kidnapped a child." And Lucy gave him her handkerchief and was like, "Stand up." Get up. "That's right," said the beaver. "Poor fellow. He got wind of the arrest before it actually happened and handed this over to me. He said that if anything happened to him, I must meet you here and take you on too." Here the beaver's voice sank into silence, and it gave 1 or 2 very mysterious nods, then signaling to the children to stand as close around it as they possibly could, so their faces were actually tickled by its whiskers, it added in a very low whisper, "They say Aslan is on the move. Perhaps has already landed." Now, a very curious thing happened. None of the children knew who Aslan was any more than you do. But the moment the beaver had spoken these words, everyone felt quite different. Perhaps it has sometimes happened to you in a dream that someone says something which you don't quite understand, but in the dream it feels as if it had some enormous meaning, either a terrifying one which turns the whole dream into a nightmare, or a lovely meaning, too lovely to put into words, which makes the dream so beautiful that you remember it all your life and are always wishing you can get into that dream again. It was like that now. At the name of Aslan, each one of the children felt something jump in its inside. Edmund felt a sensation of mysterious horror. Peter felt suddenly brave and adventurous. Susan felt as if some delicious smell or some delightful strain of music had just floated by her. And Lucy got the feeling you have when you wake up in the morning and realize it's the beginning of the holidays or the beginning of summer. "And what about Mr. Tumnus?" said Lucy. "Where is he?" "Shh," said the beaver. Not here. I must bring you to where we can have a real talk. And also dinner. No one, except Edmund, felt any difficulty about trusting the beaver now, and everyone, including Edmund, was very glad to hear the word dinner. I wonder why Edmund feels distrusting towards this helpful beaver. Maybe it's because something's wrong with him. Me having beef with this 12-year-old, but like this 12-year-old is so annoying. Such an annoying 12-year-old. Everybody else is having this like euphoric moment where they're like, oh my god, this name inspires me. And instead he's feeling horror because his heart is full of greed. His heart is full of horrors beyond human comprehension. They therefore all hurried along behind their new friend, who led them at a surprisingly quick pace, and always in the thickest parts of the forest, for over an hour. Everyone was feeling very tired and very hungry when suddenly the trees began to get thinner in front of them, and the ground began to fall steeply downhill. A minute later they came out under the open sky. The sun was still shining, and found themselves looking down on a fine sight. They were standing on the edge of a steep and narrow valley, at the bottom of which ran, at least it would have been running if it hadn't been frozen, a fairly large river. Just below them, a dam had been built across this river, and when they saw it, everyone suddenly remembered that, of course, beavers are always making dams, and felt quite sure that Mr. Beaver had made this one. They also noticed that he now had a sort of modest expression on his face. The sort of look people have when you're visiting a garden they've made or reading a story they've written. So it was only common politeness when Susan said, "What a lovely dam." And Mr. Beaver didn't say hush this time, but merely a trifle. It isn't really finished. Above the dam, there was what ought to have been a deep pool, but was now, of course, a level floor of dark green ice, and below the dam, much lower down, was more ice, but instead of being smooth, this was all frozen into the foamy and wavy shapes in which the water had been rushing along at that very moment when the frost came. And where the water had been trickling over and spurting through the dam, there was now a glittering wall of icicles, as if the side of the dam had been covered all over with flowers and wreaths and festoons of the purest sugar. And out in the middle, and partly on top of the dam, was a funny little house, shaped rather like an enormous beehive, and from a hole in the roof smoke was going up, and from a hole in the roof smoke was going up, yes. So that when you saw it, especially if you were hungry, you at once thought of cooking and became hungrier than you were before. That was what the others chiefly noticed, but Edmund noticed something else. A little lower down the river, there was another small river which came down another small valley to join it, and looking up, that valley, Edmund could see 2 small hills, and he was almost sure they were the 2 small hills which the White Witch had pointed out to him when he parted from her at the lamp-post that other day. And then between them, he thought, must be her palace, only a mile off or less. And he thought about Turkish delight and about being a king. And I wonder how Peter will like that, he asked himself, and horrible ideas came into his head. Here we are, said Mr. Beaver, and it looks as if Mrs. Beaver is expecting us. I'll lead the way, but be careful and don't slip. The top of the dam was wide enough to walk on, though not for humans, a very nice place to walk because it was covered with ice, and though the frozen pool was level with it on one side, there was a nasty drop to the lower river on the other. Along this route, Mr. Beaver led them in a single file right out to the middle where they could look a long way up the river and a long way down it, and when they had reached the middle, they were at the door of the house. Here we are, Mrs. Beaver, said Mr. Beaver. I found them. Here are the sons and daughters of Adam and Eve. And they all went in. The first thing Lucy noticed as she went in was a burring sound, and the first thing she saw was a kind-looking old she-beaver sitting in the corner with a thread in her mouth, working busily at her sewing machine, and it was from that the sound had come. She stopped her work and got up as soon as the children came in. So you've come at last, she said, holding out both her wrinkly old paws. At last! To think that I ever should live to see this day. The potatoes are on boiling and the kettle singing. I dare say, Mr. Beaver, you'll get us some fish. That I will, said Mr. Beaver, and he went out of the house. Peter went with him, and across the ice of the deep— my God, I thought that was a spider. And across the ice of the deep pool to where he had a little hole in the ice where he kept open every day with his hatchet. He took a pail with them. Mr. Beaver sat down quietly at the edge of the hole. He didn't seem to mind it being so chilly, look hard into it, and then suddenly shot in his paw, and before you could say Jack Robinson had whisked out a beautiful trout, and he did it over and over again until they had a fine catch of fish. Meanwhile, the girls were helping Mrs. Beaver to fill the kettle and lay the table and cut the bread and put the plates in the oven to heat and draw a huge jug of beer for Mr. Beaver from a barrel which stood on one corner of the house, and to put on the frying pan and get the dripping hot. Lucy thought the Beavers had a very snug little home, though it was not at all like Mr. Tumnus's cave. There were no books or pictures, and instead of beds, there were bunks, like on a board ship, built into the wall. There were hams and strings of onions hanging from the roof, and against the walls were gumboots and oilskins and hatchets, and a pair of shears and spades and trowels, and things for carrying mortar in, and fishing rods and fishing nets and sacks. And the cloth on the table, though very clean, was very rough. Just as the frying pan was nicely hissing, Peter and Mr. Beaver came in with the fish, which Mr. Beaver had already opened with his knife and cleaned out in the open air. You can think how good the new caught fish smelled while they were frying, and how hungry the children longed, and how the hungry children longed for them to be done, and how very much hungrier still they had become before Mr. Beaver said, "Now we're nearly ready." Susan drained the potatoes and then put them all back into the empty pot to dry on the side of the range while Lucy was helping Mrs. Beaver to dish up the trout. So in a very few minutes, everyone was drawing up their stools. It was all three-legged stools in the Beaver's house, except for Mrs. Beaver's own special rocking chair beside the fire, and preparing to enjoy themselves. There was a jug of creamy milk for the children. Mr. Beaver stuck to beer, and a great big lump of deep yellow butter in the middle of the table, from which everyone took as much as he wanted to go with his potatoes. And all the children thought, and I agree with them, that there's nothing to beat good freshwater fish if you eat it when it has been alive half an hour ago, okay? Okay. I want to comment on this meal, but I'm gonna hold off until they're done. And has come out of a pan half a minute ago. And when they had finished the fish, Mrs. Beaver brought unexpectedly out of the oven a great and glorious sticky marmalade roll, steaming hot, and at the same time moved the kettle on to the fire. So when they had finished the marmalade roll, the tea was made and ready to be poured out. And when each person had got their cup of tea, each person shoved back their stool so as to be able to lean against the wall and give a long sigh of contentment. I just want to say, I did not hear that Edmund helped out at all during that process. Did you notice that? I noticed that. Can't stand this motherfucker. I can't stand him. Everybody else helped cook. Why did you not help? Also, this meal is crazy. This meal is insane. That's how I know this really is a British man that wrote this shit, because he said freshwater fish and potatoes. Freshwater fried fish and potatoes? I know that's like fish and chips, but it's like, it's not fish and chips. Boiled potatoes? Boiled whole potatoes with pan fried fish? Boiled whole potato, not even mashed potatoes, boiled whole potatoes? This meal, marmalade roll. I don't like marmalade. Marmalade roll goes crazy. I don't like marmalade. Do not like marmalade. That's crazy. This meal is like a nightmare for me. Boiled whole potatoes? I can't get past it. Boiled whole potatoes with a pat of butter in the middle. That reminds me of this British woman who married, she has a TikTok. She like married an American man, and like she travels back to Britain all the time because she like constantly talks about missing, oh my god, I can't even speak. She constantly talks about missing British food, and she shows us what she eats all the time. She's like, yeah, I'm training my kids to learn how to eat the classic British food. And I watched her make these like bangers and mash once. And I watched her stick, and I love butter. Let me just tell you this. I love butter. But it was like insanity. I love butter. Like, I'm the first person, honestly, after this stream, I'm gonna go eat I have this big French roll that I've been eating. I ate like half the roll or half the baguette. Like when I first got it, like the first night that I had it in the house. I'm gonna finish it tonight, if not tomorrow, because it's just that good. Like, just bread, butter, delicious. I watched her put half a stick of butter. I watched her put half a stick of butter into the mash. It weren't even mashed potatoes. It was just potatoes on the plate, like chopped boiled potatoes on the plate. And she was like, yeah, this is the how to eat it. And then she put like gravy on top of that with like slices of butter. And I was like, it's too much butter. Like, it's too much. I don't know if I'm like the only person that like agrees with that, but I'm like, it's too much butter. Like, sometimes there is a thing as too much butter, actually. I don't agree with whole pats of butter. I don't agree with that. Unless you're having it on like bread or something. Whole pats of butter. She had like half a stick of butter in that. She had half a stick of butter in those bangers and mash, and then she put the bangers on the side and she drowned the entire plate in gravy, and she was like, this is the way to eat it. And then she put peas on top, and I was like, this is insanity. You're eating like you're in the middle of a war. Why do British people eat like that? You're eating like there's a famine. There's no famine. Stop eating like that. Stop. I'm begging you to stop. Or those people that are on like keto diets that like eat nothing but butter, that really grosses me out. And that can't be healthy. They swear up and down it's healthy. They swear that shit looked like an MRE. Her dinner sometimes looks like an MRE, and I'm like, you're feeding your kids this? It's neither here nor there. But yeah, those people that are on like the keto diets, they eat like sticks of butter because they're like, oh, if I just eat butter, I'm like burning the fat. Have you seen that? Oh my god, I can't watch any of those videos because they genuinely like gross me out. Because I'm like, how do you swallow down that much butter? Like they'll like unwrap a full stick of butter and they'll chew on it, like they'll eat it like it's like a loaf of bread. And it's like a whole community of people. I'm sure if you just looked up like butter diet, like it's a really big community. Like it's not even like a small niche thing. Like it's a very big community. Like yeah, it's keto. It's the butter diet keto. Not very tasty. They swear up and down it's so tasty. They swear up and down it's so tasty. They swear it. They swear it. They're like, this is so good. Just type in like butter diet into your TikTok. Or you can just Google butter diet TikTok. There are like thousands of people doing this. It's like nothing but butter. Like their meals will be like, I ate butter with like a thin layer of peanut butter on top, but it's like a whole stick of butter. I ate like, I don't even know what they eat. Like I ate like, I don't even know how they eat. I ate 5 pounds of butter today. Like they eat a lot of butter. I ate a steak and cheese omelet, but there's a whole stick of butter in there. It's like 2 sticks of butter in there. I understand people less and less. Yeah, I can't do that, but I mean, I guess if they're no, they shouldn't be eating that much butter. Yeah, people love it. Anyway, this meal is gross. This is all for me to say. This meal is gross. This meal is gross. I don't like what they're eating. Pan fried fish with boiled potatoes and milk. Oh, disgusting. I forgot about the milk. They had milk and then tea. They had milk and then tea. Milk with the fish. Oh my god, milk and fish. Creamy milk. It said creamy milk for the children. Oh my god. This is what like memes eats every single night. Let me finish because this chapter is almost done. And now, said Mr. Beaver, pushing away his empty beer mug and filling up his cup and pulling up his cup of tea towards him, if you'll just wait till I've got my pipe lit and going nicely. Why now, we can get to business. It's snowing again, he added, cocking his eye at the window. That's all the better, because it means we shan't have any visitors, and if anyone should have been trying to follow you, he won't find any tracks. Setting up my British radar. I do like tea. I do agree with tea, with like pastries and stuff like that. Like, I like having, usually for breakfast, I'll do like tea with like a pastry or something. Tea with croissant, tea with something. Like, tea is good. But it's like the fish, the boiled potatoes, like all of that. Don't like it. Anyway, that was chapter 7. Chapter 8. Light breakfast. I do a light breakfast. I don't do heavy breakfast. I used to when I was younger. But I can't do a heavy breakfast anymore. I like breakfast. I just can't do a heavy breakfast anymore. I like breakfast for dinner more than I have breakfast in general. Breakfast for dinner is so good. I eat that more than I do regular breakfast. I eat that like way more. Because then I'll do like an omelet. You know, I'll do like, I usually don't even do an omelet. I do scrambled eggs because I prefer scrambled eggs. I do like eggs, toast, sausages. So you don't go by breakfast, lunch, and dinner? You a coffee person? I used to be. It's not that I'm against drinking coffee. I still drink coffee. It's just that it's not my first choice anymore. I alternate throughout the years. Like sometimes I'm a tea person, sometimes I'm a coffee person. Kind of just depends. Like I'm never gonna say no to a cup of coffee, but I don't drink hot coffee. I mostly drink cold coffee. And I just don't drink. I don't drink hot coffee like that, so I'm more likely to drink tea in the morning. Cold coffee is usually like a midday sort of situation. A midday situation. I'm not very good at the whole meal thing. You have to be good at the meal thing. It's good for you. It's good for you. At 4 a.m. counts as dinner. That's not dinner. That's like breakfast. It's like a really early breakfast. It's not dinner. But I mean, if you want it to be dinner, then it can be dinner. You know what I mean? Like if you want it to be dinner, like it can be dinner, but you know. I'm like, it's definitely not. Because I know a lot of people's like arguments is like, there's no such thing as breakfast, there's no such thing as lunch. But it's like, yes, there is. Like, yes, there is. Because like when people say that, usually they're like, well, breakfast is whenever you wake up. And it's like, no. If I wake up at 6 p.m., like I'm eating dinner, like it's my first meal of the day. So yeah, you can call it breakfast, but it's like, that's dinner. Like you're past lunch, you're past the time for lunch. I think 6 p.m. is really early for dinner, but that's just me. Like, that's just me. But it's like you've passed the time for lunch because you're not eating lunch anymore at 6 p.m. and you're definitely not eating breakfast at 6 p.m. So you're having dinner. It doesn't matter that it's your first meal. I would never like wake up at like 7 p.m. or something, like after a flight when I'm like really tired and I sleep the whole day and I wake up at like 7 or something. I'm not like, oh yes, time for breakfast. I'm like, ah yes, breakfast. I'm like, okay, this is dinner. It's like I slept through breakfast. It's like breakfast is done. I mean, you can still have breakfast. You can have breakfast meals. Like I have breakfast for dinner all the time. I have waffles at 3 a.m. in the morning. You can have waffles whenever. But it's just dinner, you know? You just had waffles for dinner. I wouldn't be like, I had breakfast. I'd be like, I had dinner. I had waffles for dinner. Breakfast for dinner, you know? Because I used to have this whole chart that had like all the meals that you can have, because I was so fascinated by all the meals that you can have. It's like breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, supper, 11s. You can have 11s. I do love dinner. I love dinner. A little lunch, a little dinner. Sometimes known as lupper, dunch, or dinch. I think dinner is the best word though. Then it's supper. There's a chart. Oh yeah, there's so many other meals. Because it's like, yeah, like, because breakfast is breakfast, and then there's like brunch, you know, it's not breakfast. Like if I'm going for brunch, I'm not like, oh, I'm having breakfast. I'm having brunch. It's a whole other thing. It's like a very specific type of food too that you have at brunch. But my favorite is supper. I love supper because it's like after dinner, so it's like extra meal. It's like another meal. And also just supper is a really good word. It feels good in my mouth. Supper. It's a good word. Good word. Love supper. Huge fan, huge fan. Huge fan. Yeah. I forgot how this all started. I live under a rock. I do not know what I speak. It's okay. I mean, most people don't really think about what they eat or like the terms for the words for when they eat, you know? Most people don't really think about that, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm sitting in a really bad position. Oh, get up. Up. Yes, yes. Okay. Anyway, that meal was terrible. Let's read some more. Yeah, especially if you don't grow up in a household that like does it. Like if you don't grow up in a household that does like brunch or does like supper. Like my household did do supper. My household does do tea. So we have like afternoon tea. We'd have afternoon tea every Sunday. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna put a little heart in your under. Like, yeah, my household, like growing up, we did brunch and then we did midnight snacks if you were lucky. We did midnight, otherwise known as a midnight feast or a midnight snack, as it's most commonly known. Sometimes Satan would let me have a midnight snack. When I was growing up, and that was the best. It's not really about like being strict, I guess. Like, well, I mean, like, there is a reason why you're supposed to have like meals at a certain time. It's supposed to keep your body regular so that you're able to know hunger cues, because a lot of people struggle with that. Like eating meals at a very specific time is just kind of like good for your body, like keeping your body in a very particular flow. Like your body likes routine. And when I say that, I just mean like the human body likes routine. So like you eating at different times all the time is actually not great for your body. So that's why you're supposed to like eat. That's what causes a lot of like issues for people in terms of like digestion, processing, especially if it's compounded with like other illnesses that people have, like IBS, Crohn's, etc. Like eating at a regular time your body likes routine, you know. That's why we remember phrases. That's why we repeat stuff. Like that's why we hold on to stuff for so long. Your body likes that. The human body likes to stay regular. It's better for your body to eat at a regular time every single day. For the vast majority of people, obviously, like I said, depending on your body, everything is different, but for the vast majority of people. Yeah, you probably do have a regular clock because your body will adjust. Like, I don't eat breakfast, like I said, like I don't eat breakfast. I'll have like a light breakfast if I'm eating breakfast, but I get hungry around the same time every single day. Like your body adjusts, you know. I would say I definitely factor it in for sure. I think it's good to like keep your body regular, because too you can mess up your hunger cues. And because if, let's say, you eat dinner every single day at like 6 p.m. and then suddenly you switch to like 11, like you can like really mess up your hunger cues. And for some people it can take like years to get it back to like that 6 p.m., like your body getting back to it being regular. So it's like can be, and again, everybody's body is different. because there's so many factors in eating, but like it's really hard to like get back to eating regularly. It's really, really hard because your body again likes routine. So that's why it's really hard for a lot of people to like gain or lose weight, because your body likes to be at the same homeostasis. Like your body likes to stay exactly where it is all the time. So like any changes in your body, they hate that. Your body hates it. Like when people are trying to gain or lose weight, your body's like, oh, no. No. I told you, we weigh this much, that's it. Having an actual schedule is a step up though, since I used to sleep at completely random times. Yeah, I totally relate to that. I mean, like, I've had insomnia like my entire life due to my mental illnesses, and it made it so hard for me to not only like practice good eating, but also good sleep. So, which I kind of talked about at the start of stream, that like my sleep schedule got fucked up in the past couple months, and I've been streaming at like really late times because I'm awake really late and it's really bad. So I'm gonna start trying to stream a little bit earlier to like fix my sleep schedule, which is like, I just had it fixed. But again, like I just said, like your body likes routine, so if you don't keep up with something, it gets really easy for you to slip back into bad habits. So it's part of the process. Not that big of a deal. Let me see. Oh, I'm sitting in a really bad position. Oh. All right. Let's read chapter 8. I'm gonna burp. Okay. It's like I felt the burp coming, so I had to pause. Let's read chapter 8. What happened after dinner? And now, said Lucy, do please tell us what's happened to Mr. Tumnus. Ah, that's bad. It's not funny. That's bad, said Mr. Beaver, shaking his head. That's very, very bad business. There's no doubt he was taken off by the police. Not the police. It's not funny. I'm laughing because the image in my head is very hilarious. I got from that bird who saw it done. But where's he been taken to? Asked Lucy. Well, they were headed toward the Northlands when they were last seen. And we all know what that means. No, we don't, said Susan. Mr. Beaver shook his head in a very gloomy fashion. I'm afraid it means they were taking him to her house, he said. But what'll they do to him, Mr. Beaver? Gasped Lucy. Well, said Mr. Beaver. You can't exactly say for sure, but there's not many taken in there that ever comes out again. Statues. All full of statues, they say it is, in the courtyard and up the stairs and in the hall. People she's turned. He paused and shuddered. Turned to stone. But Mr. Beaver, said Lucy, can't we, we must do something to save him. It's too dreadful, and it's all on my account. I don't doubt you'd save him if you could, dearie, said Mrs. Beaver. But you've got no chance of getting into that house against her will, and ever coming out alive. Couldn't we have some stratagem, said Peter. Couldn't we dress up as something, or pretend to be, peddlers, or anything, or watch until she's just gone out, or, hang it all, there must be some way. This fawn saved my sister, at his own risk, Mr. Beaver. We can't just leave him to have that done to him. It's no good, son of Adam, said Mr. Beaver. No good you're trying, of all people. But now that Aslan is on the move. Oh, yes. Tell us about Aslan, said several voices at once. For once again, that strange feeling, like the first signs of spring, like good news, had come over them. Who is Aslan? Asked Susan. Aslan, said Mr. Beaver. Why, don't you know? He's the king. He's the lord over the whole wood. But not often here, you understand, never in my time or my father's time, but the word has reached us that he has come back. He is at Narnia at this moment. He will settle the White Queen all right. It is he, not you, that will save Mr. Tumnus. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your under. She won't turn him into stone too, said Edmund. Lord love you, son of Adam. What a simple thing to say, answered Mr. Beaver with a great laugh. Turn him into stone? If she can stand on her own 2 feet and look him in the face, it'll be the most she can do, and more than I expect of her. No, no. He'll put all to rights, as it says in an old rhyme in these parts. Wrong will be right when Aslan comes in sight. At the sound of his roar, sorrows will be no more. When he bares his teeth, winter meets its death. And when he shakes his mane, we will have spring again. I think it was supposed to be like, teeth and death don't really rhyme. Teeth and death don't really rhyme. I'll let it slide. You'll understand when you see him. But shall we see him? Asked Susan. Why, daughter of Eve, that's what I brought you here for. I'm to lead you to where you shall meet him, said Mr. Beaver. Is he a man? Asked Lucy. Aslan a man? Said Mr. Beaver sternly. Certainly not. I tell you, he is the king of the wood and the son of the great emperor beyond the sea. Don't you know who the king of beasts is? Aslan is a lion. The great lion. Oh, said Susan. I thought he was a man. Is he quite safe? I shall feel rather nervous about meeting a lion. That you will, dearie, and no mistake, said Mrs. Beaver. If there's anyone who can appear before Aslan without their knees knocking, they're either braver than most or just silly. Then he isn't safe, said Lucy. Safe? Said Mr. Beaver. Don't you hear what Mrs. Beaver tells you? Who said anything about safe? Of course he isn't safe, but he's good. He's the king, I tell you. I'm longing to see him, said Peter, even if I do feel frightened when it comes to the point. That's right, son of Adam, said Mr. Beaver, bringing his paw down on the table with a crash that made all the cups and saucers rattle. And so you shall. Word has been sent that you are to meet him tomorrow if you can at the stone table. Where's that? Said Lucy. I'll show you, said Mr. Beaver. It's down the river, a good step from here. I'll take you to it. But Meanwhile, what about poor Mr. Tumnus? Said Lucy. The quickest way you can help him is by going to meet Aslan, said Mr. Beaver. Once he's with us, then we can begin doing things. Not that we don't need you to, for that's another of the old rhymes. When Adam's flesh and Adam's bone sits at Car Parvel enthroned, the evil time will be over and done. So things must be drawing near their end now that he's come and you've come. We've heard of Aslan coming into these parts before, long ago. Nobody can say when, but there's never been any of your race here before. That's what I don't understand, Mr. Beaver, said Peter. I mean, isn't the witch herself human? She'd like us to believe it, said Mr. Beaver. And it's on that she bases her claim to be queen. But she's no daughter of Eve. She comes of your father's Adams. Here Mr. Beaver bowed. Your father, Adam's first wife, they call her Lilith, and she was one of the jinn. That's what she comes from on one side. On the other, she comes of the giants. No, there isn't a drop of real human blood in the witch. That's why she's bad all through, Mr. Beaver, said Mrs. Beaver. True enough, Mrs. Beaver, replied he. There may be two views about humans, meaning no offense to the present company, but there are no two views about things that look like humans and aren't. I've known good dwarfs, said Mrs. Beaver. So have I. Now you come to speak of it, said her husband, but precious few, and they were the ones least like men. But in general, take my advice. When you meet anything that's going to be human and isn't yet, or used to be human once and isn't now, or ought to be human and isn't, you keep your eyes on it and feel for your hatchet. And that's why the witch is always on the lookout for any humans in Narnia. She's been watching for you this many year, and if she knew there were 4 of you, she'd be more dangerous still. What's that got to do with it? Asked Peter. Because of another prophecy, said Mr. Beaver. Down at Car Parval. I was going to say Car Parval. Car Parval. Car Parval. That's the castle on the sea coast down at the mouth of this river, which ought to be the capital of the whole country if all was as it should be. Down at Car Parvel. There are 4 thrones, and it's a saying in Narnia, time out of mind, when 2 sons of Adam and 2 daughters of Eve sit in those 4 thrones, then it will be the end, not only of the White Witch's reign, but of her life. And that is why we had to be so cautious when we came along, for if she knew about you 4, your lives wouldn't be worth a shake of my whiskers. All the children had been attending so hard to what Mr. Beaver had been telling them that they had noticed something that they had noticed nothing else for a long time. Then, during the moment of silence that followed his remark, Lucy suddenly said, I say, where's Edmund? There was a dreadful pause, and then everyone began asking who saw him last. How long has he been missing? Is he outside? And then all rushed to the door and looked out. The snow was falling thickly and steadily. The green ice of the pool had vanished under a thick white blanket. and from where the little house stood, in the center of the dam, you could hardly see either bank. Out they went, plunging well over their ankles into the soft new snow, and went round the house in every direction. Edmund, Edmund, they called till they were hoarse, but the silently falling snow seemed to muffle their voices, and there was not even an echo in answer. It's crazy because that child abandoned them. As he's explaining the prophecy, it's not even funny. He left in the middle of the prophecy. Like, I hate him. I hate this child. And they're also worried about him. Ugh, these siblings. How perfectly dreadful, said Susan as they last came back in despair. Oh, how I wish we'd never come. What on earth are we to do, Mr. Beaver? Said Peter. Do? Said Mr. Beaver, who was already putting on his snow boots. Do? We must be off at once. We haven't a moment to spare. We'd better divide into 4 search parties, said Peter, and all go into different directions. Whoever finds him must come back here at once and... Search parties, son of Adam, said Mr. Beaver. What for? Why, to look for Edmund, of course. There's no point in looking for him, said Mr. Beaver. What do you mean? Said Susan. He can't be far away yet, and we've got to find him. What do you mean when you say there's no use looking for him? The reason there's no use looking, said Mr. Beaver, is that we already know where he's gone. Everyone stared in amazement. Don't you understand? Said Mr. Beaver. He's gone to her, to the White Witch. He has betrayed us all. Oh, surely. Oh, really, said Susan. He can't have done that. Can't he? Said Mr. Beaver, looking very hard at the 3 children, and everything they wanted to say died on their lips, for each felt suddenly quite certain inside that this was exactly what Edmund had done. But how will he know the way? Said Peter. Has he been in this country before? Asked Mr. Beaver. Has he ever been here alone? Yes, said Lucy, almost in a whisper. I'm afraid he has. And did he tell you what he'd done or who he'd met? Well, no, he didn't, said Lucy. Then mark my words, said Mr. Beaver. He has already met the White Witch and joined her side, and been told where she lives. I didn't like to mention it before, him being your brother and all, but the moment I set eyes on that brother of yours, I said to myself, treacherous. That's so crazy. Why would he say that? I couldn't be in this book. I just started laughing. Treacherous. It's very serious. Treacherous. I'm like, oh my god. He saw the evil. This beaver saw the evil inside of his heart. It's crazy. He saw the evil inside of this 12-year-old. He said, oh, this 12-year-old's evil. The rest of you were okay, but I knew when I said Aslan and he started feeling his heart palpitating and the rest of you guys were smiling, I knew something was wrong with him. I knew it. He had that look of one who had been with the witch and eaten her food. You can always tell them. You can always tell them if you've lived long in Narnia. Something about their eyes. All the same, said Peter in a rather choking sort of voice. We'll still have to go and look for him. He is our brother after all, even if Even if he is rather a little beast, and he's only a kid. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. Go to the witch's house, said Mrs. Beaver. Don't you see that the only chance of saving either him or yourselves is to keep away from her? How do you mean? Said Lucy. Why, all she wants is to get all four of you. She's thinking all of the time of those 4 thrones at Car Paravel. Once you were all 4 inside her house, her job would be done, and there'd be 4 new statues in her collection before you'd had the time to speak. But she'll keep him alive as long as he's the only one she's got, because she'll want to use him as a decoy, as bait, to catch the rest of you with. These beavers, I tell you, these beavers are on something. These beavers, I tell you. Smarter than these children. Oh, can no one help us? Wailed Lucy. Only Aslan, said Mr. Beaver. We must go on and meet him. That's our only chance now. It seems to me, my dears, said Mrs. Beaver, that it is very important to know just when he slipped away. How much can he tell her depends on how much he heard. For instance, had we started talking of Aslan before he left? If not, then we may do very well, for she won't know that Aslan has come to Narnia, or that we are meeting with him, and we'll be quite off. And we will be, no, and that will be, and will be quite off her guard. Hard. British language. And we'll be quite off our guard as far as that is concerned. I don't remember his being here when we were talking about Aslan, began Peter, but Lucy interrupted him. Oh, yes, he was, she said miserably. Don't you remember? It was he who asked whether the witch couldn't turn Aslan into stone too. So he did. By Jove, said Peter, just the sort of thing he would say too. Worse and worse, said Mr. Beaver. And the next thing is, was he still here when I told you that the place for meeting Aslan was a stone table? And of course, no one knew the answer to this question. Because if he was, continued Mr. Beaver, then she'll simply sledge down in that direction and get between us and the stone table and catch us on our way down. In fact, we shall be cut off from Aslan. But that isn't what she'll do first, said Mrs. Beaver. Not if I know her. The moment that Edmund tells her that we're all here, she'll set out to catch us this very night. And if he's been gone about half an hour, she'll be here in about 20 minutes. You're right, Mrs. Beaver, said her husband. We must all get away from here. There's not a moment to lose. Chapter 9. In the Witch's House. I'll hold off my thoughts about Edmund until I'm done with chapter 9, okay? Because Edmund, I already said how much he pisses me off. Because he really does piss me off. And I talked about that a lot in the last stream that we did with this book. Because, like, I genuinely just don't understand Edmund, and I don't remember if they go over it in the book, because I haven't read this book in, like, 10 years. Because, like, I cannot imagine Edmund not giving this much of a fuck about his siblings, because they really do love him. His siblings love him, even though he is a beast. He's a miserable beast. He's a miserable beast. And his siblings love him anyway, and it makes me so sad. But I'll just read chapter 9 because I don't remember if they're gonna go over it or not, so I'll just wait. He is such a miserable beast, though. I've never seen a character that's such a miserable beast like Edmund. He is the original miserable beast. He is the original, like, most annoying child, I swear to you. Never seen a child this annoying in my entire life. I can't even think of another child that's this annoying to me. And that is truly saying something. It's truly saying something. My nose is like so itchy. Okay. Let's see. Chapter 9. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I hope that you're doing well. And now, of course, you want to know what happened to Edmund. He had eaten his share of the dinner, and he hadn't really enjoyed it because he was thinking all the time about Turkish delight. You're welcome. And there's nothing that spoils the taste of good ordinary food half so much as the memory of bad magic food. And he had heard the conversation and hadn't enjoyed it much either, because he kept on thinking that the others were taking no notice of him and trying to give him the cold shoulder. They weren't, but he imagined it. And then he had listened until Mr. Beaver told them about Aslan, and until he had heard the whole arrangement for meeting Aslan at the stone table. It was then that he began very quietly to edge himself under the curtain which hung over the door, for the mention of Aslan gave him a mysterious and horrible feeling, just as it had gave others a mysterious and lovely feeling. Just as Mr. Beaver had been repeating the rhyme about Adam's flesh and Adam's bone, Edmund had been very quietly turning the door handle, and just before Mr. Beaver had begun telling them that the White Witch wasn't really human at all, but half a djinn and half a giantess, Edmund had gotten outside into the snow and cautiously closed the door behind him. You mustn't think that even now Edmund was quite so bad that he actually wanted his brother and sisters to be turned into stone. He did want Turkish delight, and to be a prince, and later a king, and to pay Peter out for calling him a beast. As for what the witch would do with the others, he didn't want her to be particularly nice to them, certainly not to put them on the same level as himself, but he managed to believe, or to pretend he believed, that she wouldn't do anything very bad to them. Because, he said to himself, all these people who say nasty things about her are her enemies, and probably half of it isn't true. She was jolly nice to me anyway, much nicer than they are. I expect she's the rightful queen, really. Anyway, she'll be better than that awful Aslan. At least, that was the excuse he had made up in his own mind for what he was doing. It wasn't a very good excuse. However, For deep down inside him, he really knew that the White Witch was bad and cruel. Like, okay, listen to me. I understand that Edmund is 12 years old. If it were me and that was my little brother, I would have had that. If it were me, I would have held onto his hand and I would have said, if you let go of this hand, I'm gonna pummel you into this floor. Don't let go of my hand. You're not allowed to run around. If I was Peter, if I was Susan, hold on to my hand, and if I feel your fingers try and slip their way away from my hand right now, I'm going to pummel you into this floor. Edmund is a leash child. You know those children that you see with those backpacks that are on leashes? He needs one of those. And I genuinely believe that there's nothing wrong with being a leash child, by the way. Like, some kids need a leash. Some kids need a leash. That's just the fact of it. Like, some kids need a leash. Some kids will run away from you. I used to be a nanny. Some kids need a leash. I don't have kids, don't want them. But my friends have kids. Some kids literally will run away from you. I'm like, this is mom. Why are you running away from mom? Some kids love exploring. They love adventuring. They really are very egocentric, which is what we were talking about last stream. Like, kids have no concept of like other people really, because they're kids. They don't know. He is a leash child. He needs to be on a leash. Because, like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? He's like, yeah, deep down inside, I know that she's cruel and she's evil, but I'm sure she's not going to do anything to my siblings. Okay. I would hold onto his shirt and I'd be like, if I feel the fabric of your shirt slip out of my fingers, I'm going to deal with you. Don't let me feel the fabric slip out of my fingers. I'm keeping you right here. That's what Peter should have told Edmund when they entered that house. Also, I don't even understand. They're all kids. They're all kids. Like, Susan's probably like 14, and I think Peter's only like 15. Like, they're all kids. But it's like, how did you not hear him leave? How did you not hear him leave? Once again, maybe it's because I nannied, but it's like I literally hear everything. I hear everything. Like, I've never been in a room with a child and not heard the child. I don't, like, I know the story was interesting, but I would have heard that motherfucker leaving. It's snowing outside, crunch crunch of the snow. Like, I would have heard that. Just me. But I'll read some more. Let's find out what happened to Edmund. The first thing he realized when he got outside and found the snow falling all around him was that he had left his coat behind in the beaver's house, and of course there was no chance of going back to get it now. The next thing he realized was that the daylight was almost gone, for it had been nearly 3 o'clock when they had sat down to dinner, and the winter days were short. He hadn't reckoned on this, but he had to make the best of it, so he pulled up his collar and shuffled across the top of the dam. Luckily, it wasn't so slippery since the snow had fallen to the far side of the river. It was pretty bad when he reached the far side. It was growing darker every minute, and with that, the snowflakes swirling all around him, he could hardly see 3 feet ahead. Sorry, I paused to cough. Where are we? 3 feet ahead. And then, too, there was no road. He kept slipping into deep drifts of snow and skidding on frozen puddles and tripping over fallen tree trunks and sliding down steep banks and barking his shins against rocks till he was wet and cold and bruised all over. What's wet and cold and bruised all over? The silence and the loneliness were dreadful. In fact, I really think he might have given up the whole plan and gone back and owned up and made friends with the others if he hadn't happened to say to himself, "When I'm king of Narnia, the first thing I shall do will be to make some decent roads." And of course, that set him off thinking about being a king and all the other things he would do, and this cheered him up a good deal. He had just settled in his mind what sort of palace he would have and how many cars, and all about his private cinema where the principal railways would run, and what laws he would make against the beavers and dams, and was putting the finishing touches to some schemes for keeping Peter in his place when the weather had changed. First, the snow stopped. Then, a wind sprang up and it became freezing cold. Finally, the clouds rolled away and the moon came out. It was a full moon, and shining on all that snow, it made everything almost as bright as day, only the shadows were rather confusing. He would never have found his way if the moon hadn't come out by the time he had got to the other river you remember he had seen when they had first arrived at the beavers, a smaller river flowing into the great one lower down. He now reached this and turned to follow it up, but the little valley down which it came was much steeper and rockier than the one he had just left, and much overgrown with bushes, so that he could not have managed it at all in the dark, even as it was. He got wet through, for he had to stoop under branches, and great loads of snow came sliding off onto his back, and every time this happened he thought more and more how he hated Peter, just as if this had all been Peter's fault. What the fuck did Peter do? I'm so confused by this. I'm like, what the fuck did Peter do? What the fuck did Peter do? I'm like, last time I checked, Peter didn't do a damn thing. The last time that I checked, Peter just came here. It's Peter's like first day in Narnia. Mad at Peter because Peter had the balls to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you when you're bullying our sister? Mad at Peter because he's like, yeah, you're acting like a beast right now. You're acting like a little beast. You're acting like a dork. Can't stand it, man. Can't stand him. But at last, he came to a part where it was more level and the valley had opened out, and there, on the other side of the river, quite close to him, in the middle of a little plain between two hills, he saw what must be the White Witch's house, and the moon was shining brighter than ever. The house was really a small castle. It seemed to be all towers, little towers with long pointed spires on them, sharp as needles. They looked like huge dunce caps or sorcerer's caps, and they shone in the moonlight, and their long shadows looked strange on the snow. Edmund began to be afraid of the house, but it was too late to think of turning back now. He crossed the river on the ice and walked up to the house. There was nothing stirring, not the slightest sound anywhere. Even his own feet made no noise on the deep, newly fallen snow. He walked on and on, past corner after corner of the house, and past turret after turret to find the door. He had to go right round to the far side before he found it, and it was a huge arch, but the great iron gates stood wide open. Edmund crept up to the arch and looked inside into the courtyard, and there he saw a sight that nearly made his heart stop beating. Just inside the gate, with the moonlight shining on it, stood an enormous lion, crouched as if it was ready to spring. And Edmund stood in the shadow of the arch, afraid to go on and afraid to go back, with his knees knocking together. He stood there so long that his teeth would have been chattering with cold, even if they had not been chattering with fear. How long this really lasted, I don't know, but it seemed to Edmund to last for hours. But then at last, he began to wonder why the lion was standing so still, for it hadn't moved 1 inch since he first set his eyes on it. Edmund now ventured a little nearer, still keeping in the shadow of the arch as much as he could. He now saw from the way the lion was standing that it couldn't have been looking at him at all. But supposing it turned its head, thought Edmund. In fact, it was staring at something else, namely, a little dwarf who stood with its back to it about 4 feet away. Aha, thought Edmund, when it springs at the dwarf, then it will be my chance to escape. But still, the lion never moved, nor did the dwarf. And now at last, Edmund remembered what the others had said about the White Witch turning people into stone. Perhaps this was only a stone lion. And as soon as he had thought of that, he noticed that the lion's back and the top of its head were covered with snow. Of course, it must only be a statue. No living human would have let itself get covered with snow. Then very slowly, with his heart beating as if it would burst, Edmund ventured to go up to the lion. Even now, he hardly dared to touch it, but at last he put out his hand very quickly and did. It was cold stone. He had been frightened of a mere statue. The relief which Edmund felt was so great that in spite of the cold, he suddenly got warm all over, right down to his toes, and at the same time, there came into his head what seemed a perfectly lovely idea. Probably, he thought, this was the great lion Aslan they were all talking about. She caught him already and turned him into stone. So that's the end of all their fine ideas about him. Huh. Who's afraid of Aslan? He stood there, gloating over the stone lion. And presently, he did something very silly and childish. He took a stump of lead pencil out of his pocket and scribbled a mustache on the lion's upper lip and then a pair of spectacles on his eyes. Then he said, "Silly old Aslan, how do you like being stone? You thought yourself a mighty fine, didn't you?" But in spite of the scribbles on it, The face of the great stone beast still looked so terrible and sad and noble, staring up in the moonlight, that Edmund didn't really get any fun out of jeering it. He turned away and began to cross the courtyard. As he got into the middle of it, he saw that there were dozens of statues all about, standing here and there, rather as pieces stand on a chessboard when it is halfway through the game. There were stone satyrs, stone wolves, and bears and foxes, and catamountains. Sorry, the word is like split. Catamountains, I'm assuming. Catamountains of stone. There were lovely stone shapes that looked like women, but who were really the spirits of trees. There was a great shape of a centaur and a winged horse, and a long, lithe creature that Edmund took to be a dragon. They all looked so strange standing there, perfectly lifelike, and also perfectly still in the bright, cold moonlight. That it was eerie work crossing the courtyard. Right in the very middle stood a huge shape like a man, but as tall as a tree, with a fierce face and a shaggy beard and a great club in its right hand. Even though he knew it was only a stone giant and not a live one, Edmund did not like going past it. He now saw there was a dim light showing from the doorway on the far side of the courtyard. He went to it. There was a flight of stone steps going up to an open door. Edmund went up with them. Across the threshold lay a great wolf. "It's all right. It's all right," he kept saying to himself. "It's only a stone wolf. It can't hurt me." And he raised his leg to step over it. Instantly, the huge creature rose, with all the hair bristling along its back, opened a great red mouth and said in a growling voice, "Who's there? Who's there? Stand still, stranger, and tell me who you are." If you please, sir," said Edmund, trembling so that he could hardly speak. "My name is Edmund, and I'm the son of Adam that Her Majesty met in the wood the other day, and I've come to bring her the news that my brother and sisters are now in Narnia, quite close, in the beaver's house. She wanted to see them." "I will tell Her Majesty," said the wolf. "Meanwhile, stand still on the threshold as you value your life." Then it vanished into the house. My thing is, like, why would Edmund think that the queen would be happy that it's just him when she explicitly said last time, "Do not come back to my house if you don't have your siblings"? But okay. Prove me wrong, I guess. Edmund stood and waited, his fingers aching with cold and his heart pounding in his chest. And presently, the grey wolf, Magrim, the chief of the witches' secret police, came bounding back and said, come in, fortunate favorite of the queen, or else not so fortunate." And Edmund went in, taking great care not to tread on the wolf's paws. He found himself in a long gloomy hall with many pillars, full as the courtyard had been of statues. The one nearest the door was a little fawn with a very sad expression on its face, and Edmund couldn't help wondering if this might be Lucy's friend. The only light came from a single lamp, and close beside this sat the White Witch. "I've come, Your Majesty," said Edmund, eagerly rushing forward. How dare you come alone, said the witch in a terrible voice. Did I not tell you to bring the others with you? Please, your majesty, said Edmund, I've done the best I can. I brought them quite close. They're in the little house on the top of the dam just up the river with Mr. and Mrs. Beaver. A slow, cruel smile came over the witch's face. No, your majesty, said Edmund, and proceeded to tell her all of the news he had heard before leaving the beaver's house. What? Aslan, cried the queen. Aslan, is this true? If I find you have lied to me, please, I'm only repeating what they said, stammered Edmund. But the queen, who was no longer attending to him, clapped her hands. Instantly the same dwarf who Edmund had seen with her before appeared. Make ready our sleigh, ordered the witch, and use the harness without the bells. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. I seriously don't understand Edmund. I don't understand him. I understand him logically, but he doesn't make any sense. I understand him logically, but he doesn't make any sense. I don't understand him. He wants to eat this Turkish delight that bad. He wants to be king that bad. Makes me mad. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. Sorry, I'm taking a quick break. I've been reading like nonstop, and I actually wanted to see how long I've been reading for. Need like a lip balm. Lip balm for this one. Well, my lip sleeping mask. Forgot that I already showered already. Let me see. Like my lips get like very dry when I'm reading, so I'm just gonna put on my sleeping mask. Hopefully I just won't have this problem anymore for the rest of the night. But I'm probably, when did I say I was gonna stop reading? Oh, this is a lot. When did I say I was gonna stop reading? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I read 6 chapters? What did I read? Last stream I read 6 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I read 6. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I'm gonna stop at chapter 12. That's when I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna read chapter 12? Yes, I read chapter 12. Oh, then I'm starting on chapter 13. That's unlucky. I'm gonna do that anyway. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. Yeah. Then the next stream will have 5 chapters to read. Yeah. I'll stop at chapter 12, which means we have 3 more chapters left. Okay. Let's read chapter 10. The spell begins to break. Now we must go back to Mr. and Mrs. Beaver and the 3 other children. As soon as Mr. Beaver said, "There's no time to lose," everyone began bundling themselves into their coats, except Mrs. Beaver, who started picking up sacks and laying them on the table and said, "Now, Mr. Beaver, just reach down that ham, and there's a packet of tea, and there's sugar and some matches, and if someone will get 2 or 3 loaves out of the crock over there in the corner." "What are you doing, Mrs. Beaver?" exclaimed Susan. "Packing a load for each of us, dearie," said Mrs. Beaver very coolly. You didn't think we'd set out on a journey with nothing to eat, didn't you? But we haven't the time, said Susan, buttoning the collar of her coat. She may be here any minute. That's what I say, chimed in Mr. Beaver. Get along with you all, said his wife. Think it over, Mr. Beaver. She can't be here for the quarter of an hour at least. But don't we want as big of a start as we can possibly get, said Peter, if we're to reach the stone table before her. You've got to remember that, Mrs. Beaver, said Susan. As soon as she has looked in here and finds us gone, she'll be off at top speed. That she will, said Mrs. Beaver. But we can't get there before her, whatever we do. For she'll be on her sledge, and we'll be walking. Then we have no hope, said Susan. No, don't you get fussing. There's a dear, said Mrs. Beaver. But just get half a dozen clean handkerchiefs out of the drawer. Of course we've got a hope. We can't get there before her, but we can keep under cover and go ways she won't expect, and perhaps we'll get through. That's true enough, Mrs. Beaver, said her husband. But it's time we're out of this. And don't you start fussing either, Mr. Beaver, said his wife. There, that's better. There's 5 loaves, and the smallest for the smallest of us. That's you, my dear, she said, looking at Lucy. Oh, do please come on, said Lucy. Well, I'm nearly ready now, answered Mrs. Beaver at last, allowing her husband. The idea of calling your spouse Mr. and Mrs. is just very funny to me. Allowing her husband to help her into her snow boots. I suppose the sewing machine's too heavy to bring. Yes, it is, said Mr. Beaver. It's a great deal too heavy. And you don't suppose you'll be able to use it while we're on the run, I suppose. I can't abide the thought of the witch fiddling with it, said Mrs. Beaver, or breaking it, or stealing it, as likely as not. Oh, please, 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 do hurry, said the 3 children. And so at last they all got outside, and Mr. Beaver locked the door. It'll delay her a bit, he said, and they set off, carrying their loads over their shoulders. The snow had stopped, and the moon had come out when they had begun their journey. They went in single file, first Mr. Beaver, then Lucy, then Peter, then Susan, and Mrs. Beaver last of all. Mr. Beaver led them across the dam and on to the right bank of the river, and then along a very rough sort of path among the trees right down the river bank. The sides of the valley, shining in the moonlight, towered far above them on either hand. Best to keep down here as much as possible, he said. She'll have to keep up to the top, for you couldn't bring a sled down here. It would have been pretty enough. It would have been a pretty enough scene to look at through a window from a comfortable armchair, and even as things were, Lucy enjoyed it at first. But as they went on walking and walking and walking, and as the sack she was carrying felt heavier and heavier, she began to wonder how she was going to keep up at all. And she stopped looking at the dazzling brightness of the frozen river with all its waterfalls of ice, and at the white masses of the treetops, and the great glaring moon and the countless stars, and could only watch the little short legs of Mr. Beaver going pat, 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 pat through the snow in front of her, as if they were never going to stop. Then the moon disappeared, and the snow began to fall once more, and at last Lucy was so tired that she was almost asleep and walking at the same time, when suddenly she found that Mr. Beaver had turned away from the river bank to the right and was leading them steeply uphill into the very thickest bushes. And then, as she came fully awake, she found that Mr. Beaver was just vanishing into a little hole in the bank which had almost been hidden under the bushes, while you were quite on top of it. In fact, by the time she would realize what was happening, only his short, flat tail was showing. Lucy immediately stooped down and crawled in after him. Then she heard noises of scrambling and puffing and panting behind her. And in a moment, all 5 of them were inside. "Wherever is this?" said Peter's voice, sounding tired and pale in the darkness. I hope you know what I mean by a voice sounding pale. That's a funny little note. I don't. Pale isn't the White Witch. Why are you saying it like that? "It's an old hiding place for beavers in bad times," said Mr. Beaver. "And a great secret. It's not much of a place, but we must get a few hours' sleep." "If you hadn't been in such a plaguey fuss when we were starting, I'd have brought some pillows," said Mrs. Beaver. It wasn't nearly such a nice cave as Mr. Tumnus's, Lucy thought, just a hole in the ground, but dry and earthy. It was very small, so that when they all lay down, they were all a bundle of clothes together. And what with all that, and being warmed up by their long walk, they were all really rather snug. If only the floor of the cave had been a little smoother. Then Mrs. Beaver handed round in the dark a little flask out of which everyone drank something. It made one cough and sputter a little and stung the throat, but it also made you feel deliciously warm after you had swallowed it, and everyone went straight to sleep. They should just give these kids alcohol. You should just give these kids alcohol? What's happening here? You should just give these kids, these minors, liquor? What is going on? It seemed to Lucy only the next minute, though really it was hours and hours later, when she woke up feeling a little cold and dreadfully stiff, and thinking how she would like a hot bath. Then she felt a set of long whiskers tickling her cheek, and saw the cold daylight coming in through the mouth of the cave. But immediately after that, she was very wide awake indeed, and so was everyone else. In fact, they were all sitting up with their mouths and eyes wide open, listening to a sound, which was the very sound they'd all been thinking of, and sometimes imagining they heard during their walk last night. It was the sound of jingling bells. Mr. Beaver was out of the cave like a flash the moment he heard it. Perhaps you think, as Lucy thought for a moment, that this was a very silly thing to do, but it was really a very sensible one. He knew he could scramble to the top of the bank among the bushes and brambles without being seen, and he wanted above all things to see which way the witch's sled went. The others all sat in the cave waiting and wondering. They waited nearly 5 minutes. Then they heard something that frightened them very much. They heard voices. "Oh," thought Lucy, "he's been seen. She's caught him." Great was their surprise when a little later they heard Mr. Beaver's voice calling to them from just outside the cave. "It's all right," he was shouting. "Come out, Mrs. Beaver, come out." Sons and daughters of Adam. "It's all right. It isn't her." This was bad grammar, of course, but that is how beavers talk when they're excited. I mean, in Narnia. In our world, they don't usually talk at all. So Mrs. Beaver and the children came bundling out of the cave, all blinking in the daylight with the earth all over them, and looking very frosty and unbrushed and uncombed, and with sleep in their eyes. "Come on," cried Mr. Beaver, who was almost dancing with delight. "Come and see. This is a very knock. This is a nasty knock for the witch. It looks as if her power is already crumbling." "What do you mean, Mr. Beaver?" panted Peter as they all scrambled up the steep bank of the valley together. "Didn't I tell you? answered Mr. Beaver. That she'd always made it winter and never Christmas. Didn't I tell you? We'll just come and see. And then they were all at the top and did see. It was a sled, and it was a reindeer with bells on their harness. But they were far bigger than the witch's reindeer, and they were not white but brown. And on the sled sat a person whom everyone knew the moment they set their eyes on him. He was a huge man in a bright red robe, bright as holly berries, with a hood that had fur inside, and a great white beard that fell like a foamy waterfall over his chest. Everyone knew him because, though you see people of his sort only in Narnia, you see pictures of them and hear them talked about even in our world, the world on this side of the wardrobe door. But when you really see them in Narnia, it is rather different. Some of the pictures of Father Christmas in our world make him look only funny and jolly. But now that the children actually stood looking at him, they didn't find it quite like that. He was so big and so glad and so real that they all became quite still. They felt very glad, but also solemn. "I've come at last," he said. "Just kept me out for a long time, but I've got in at last. Aslan is on the move. The witch's magic is weakening." And Lucy felt running through her that deep shiver of gladness which you only get if you are being solemn and still. "And now," said Father Christmas, "for your presents. There is a new and better sewing machine for you, Mrs. Beaver. I will drop it in your house as I pass." "If you please, sir," said Mrs. Beaver, making a curtsy. "It's locked up." "Locks and bolts make no difference to me," said Father Christmas. "And as for you, Mr. Beaver, when you get home you will find your dam finished and mended and all the leaks stopped, and a new sluice gate fitted." Mr. Beaver was so pleased that he opened his mouth very wide and found he couldn't say anything at all. "Peter, Adam's son," said Father Christmas. "Here, sir," said Peter. "These are your presents," was the answer. "And they are tools, not toys. The time to use them is perhaps near at hand. Bear them well." With these words he handed to Peter a shield and a sword. The shield was the color of silver, and across it there ramped a red lion, as bright and as ripe as a strawberry at the moment when you pick it. The hilt of the sword was of gold, and it had a sheath and a sword belt and everything it needed, and it was just the right size and weight for Peter to use. Peter was silent and solemn as he received these gifts, for he felt they were a very serious kind of present. "Susan, Eve's daughter," said Father Christmas, "these are for you." And he handed her a bow and a quiver full of arrows and a little ivory horn. "You must use the bow only in great need," he said, "for I do not mean you to fight in the battle. It does not easily miss. And when you put this horn to your lips and blow it, then wherever you are, I think help of some kind will come to you. Last of all," he said, "Lucy, Eve's daughter," and Lucy came forward. He gave her a little bottle of what looked like glass, but people said afterwards that it was made of diamond. and a small dagger. "In this bottle," he said, "there's a cordial made of the juice of one of the fire flowers that grow in the mountains of the sun. If you or any of your friends is hurt, a few drops of this restores them. And the dagger is to defend yourself at great need, for you also are not to be in battle." "Why, sir," said Lucy, I don't know, but I think I could be brave enough." "That's not the point," he said, "but battles are ugly when women fight. And now," here he said, here he suddenly looked less grave. "Here is something for the moment for you all." And he brought out, I suppose from the big bag at his back, but nobody quite saw him do it, a large tray containing 5 cups and saucers, a bowl of lump sugar, a jug of cream, and a great big teapot all sizzling and piping hot. Then he cried out, "Merry Christmas, long live the true king," and cracked his whip. And he and the reindeer and the sleigh and all were out of sight before anyone realized that they had started. Peter had just drawn his sword out of his sheath and was showing it to Mr. Beaver when Mrs. Beaver said, now then, don't stand there talking till the tea's got cold, just like men. Come and help to carry the tray down and we'll have breakfast. What a mercy I thought of bringing the bread knife." And so, down the steep bank they went and back to the cave, and Mr. Beaver cut some of the bread and ham into sandwiches, and Mrs. Beaver poured out the tea, and everyone enjoyed themselves. But long before they had finished enjoying themselves, Mr. Beaver said, "Time to be moving on now." Oh. Chapter 11. Aslan is near. My back is starting to hurt me. Oh. I said 2 more chapters. I said 2 more chapters, but I'm feeling like stopping it here. 10. Stopping at chapter 10. 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What chapter? Chapter 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Leaves it at an odd number. It does leave it at an odd number, because then you'll have to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think if you want to read all 6 of those next time, I think I should just read this chapter and then pause at chapter 12. I'll just read this last chapter because it's kind of like a weird spot to end, just for like me picking it up. So I'll read this last chapter, read chapter 11, then I'll pick up on chapter 12, which I think was how I can't remember if I was supposed to read chapter 12 or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I was probably supposed to read chapter 12, but I'm gonna just leave it for next time and I'll read chapter 11 just to wrap up. Chapter 11. Aslan is near. Oof. Oh, it's actually good that I'm gonna stop at this, because the next one seems kind of big, so it's good. Let's stop at that one. Edmund, meanwhile, had been having a most disappointing time. When the dwarf had gone to get the sleigh ready, he had expected that the witch would start being nice to him, as she had been at their last meeting, but she said nothing at all, and when at last Edmund plucked up his courage to say, "Please, your majesty, could I have some Turkish delight? You said," she answered, "Silence, fool," and she appeared to change her mind, as if to herself. And yet, It will not do to have the brat fainting on the way. And once more, clapped her hands, another dwarf appeared. Bring the human creature food and drink, she said. The dwarf went away, and presently returned, bringing an iron bowl with some water in it, and an iron plate with a hunk of dry bread on it. He grinned in a repulsive manner as he set them down on the floor beside Edmund and said, "Turkish delight for the little prince." "Take it away," said Edmund sulkily. "I don't want dry bread." But the witch suddenly turned on him with such a terrible expression on her face that he apologized and began to nibble at the bread, though it was so stale he could hardly get it down. "You may be glad enough of it before you taste bread again," said the witch. While he was still chewing away, the first dwarf came back and announced that the sleigh was ready. The white witch rose and went out, ordering Edmund to go with her. The snow was again falling as they came into the courtyard, but she took no notice of that and made Edmund sit beside her on the sleigh. But before they had drove off, she called Magrim, and he came bounding like an enormous dog to the side of the sleigh. "Take with you the swiftest of your wolves and go at once to the house of the beavers," said the witch, "and kill whatever you find there. If they're already gone, then make all speed to the stone table, but do not be seen. Wait for me there in hiding. I, meanwhile, must go many miles to the west before I find a place where I can drive across the river. You may overtake these humans before they reach the stone table. You will know what to do if you find them." "I hear and obey, O Queen," growled the wolf, and immediately he shot away into the snow and the darkness as quickly as a horse can gallop. In a few minutes he had called another wolf and was with him down on the dam sniffing at the beaver's house, but of course they found it empty. It would have been a dreadful thing for the beavers and the children if the night had remained fine, for the wolves would then have been able to follow their trail, and 10 to 1 would have overtaken them before they had got to the cave. But now that the snow had begun again, the scent was cold, and even the footprints were covered up. Meanwhile, the dwarf whipped the reindeer, and the witch and Edmund drove out under the archway and on and away into the darkness and the cold. This was a terrible journey for Edmund, who had no coat. Before they had been going quarter of an hour, all the front of him was covered with snow. He soon stopped trying to shake it off, because as quickly as he did that, a new lot gathered, and he was so tired. Soon he was wet to his skin, and oh, how miserable he was. It didn't look now as if the witch intended to make him a king. All the things he had said to make himself believe that she was good and kind and that her side really was the right side sounded so silly to him now. He would have given anything to meet the others at this moment, even Peter. And the only way to comfort himself now was to try and believe that the whole thing was a dream, that he might wake up at any moment. And as they went on hour after hour, it did come to seem like a dream. This lasted longer than I can describe, even if I wrote pages and pages about it, but I will skip on to the time when the snow had stopped and the morning had come, and they were racing along in the daylight, and still they went on and on with no sound but the everlasting swish of the snow and the creaking of the reindeer's harness. And then at last the witch said, "What have we here? Stop." And they did. How Edmund hoped she was going to say something about breakfast. But she had stopped for quite a different reason. A little way off, at a foot of a tree, sat a merry party. A squirrel and his wife with their children, and 2 satyrs and a dwarf and an old dog fox all on stools round a table. Edmund couldn't quite see what they were eating, but it smelled lovely, and there seemed to be decorations of holly, and he wasn't sure at all that he didn't see something like a plum pudding. At the moment when the sled stopped, the fox, who was obviously the oldest person present, had just risen to his feet, holding a glass in its right paw as if it was going to say something. But when the whole party saw the sledge stopping and who was in it, all the gaiety went out of their faces. The father squirrel stopped eating with its fork halfway to its mouth, and one of the satyrs stopped with the fork actually in its mouth, and the baby squirrel squeaked with terror. "What is the meaning of this?" asked the White Witch. Nobody answered. "Speak, vermin," she said again, "or do you want my dwarf to find you a tongue with its whip? What is the meaning of this gluttony, this waste, this self-indulgent? Where did you get all of these things?" "Please, your majesty," said the fox, "we were given them, and if I might be so bold as to drink your majesty's very good health—" "Who gave them to you?" said the witch. "Father Christmas," stammered the fox. "What?" roared the witch, springing from the sled and taking a few strides nearer to the terrified animals. "He has not been here. He couldn't have been here. How dare you? But no, say you have been lying, and you shall even now been forgiven." At that moment, one of the young squirrels lost its head completely. He has, it squeaked, beating its little spoon on the table. Edmund saw the witch bite her lip so that a drop of blood appeared on her white cheek. And then she raised her wand. "Oh, don't, please," shouted Edmund. But even while he was shouting, she had waved her hand, and instantly, where the merry party had been, there were only statues of creatures, one with its stone fork fixed forever halfway into its stone mouth, seated round a stone table, on which there were stone plates and a stone plum pudding. "As for you," said the witch, giving Edmund a stunning blow on the face as she remounted the sled, "let that teach you to ask favor for spies and traitors. Drive on." And Edmund, for the first time in this story, felt sorry for someone besides himself. It seemed so pitiful to think of all those little stone figures sitting there all silent days and all dark nights year after year till moss grew on them, and at last even their faces crumbled away. Now they were steadily racing on again, and soon Edmund noticed the snow which splashed against them as they rushed through it was much wetter than it had been all night. At the same time, he noticed that he was feeling much less cold. It was also becoming foggy. In fact, every minute it grew foggier and warmer, and the sled was not nearly running as well as it had been running up till now. At first he thought this was because the reindeer were tired, but soon he saw that it couldn't be the real reason. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your under for the follow. Thank you. The sled jerked and skidded and kept on jolting as if it had been struck against stones. and however the dwarf whipped the poor reindeer, the sled went slower and slower. There also seemed to be a curious noise all around them, but the noise of their driving and jolting, and the dwarf shouting at the reindeer prevented Edmund from hearing what it was, until suddenly the sled stuck so fast that it couldn't go on at all. When that happened, there was a moment's silence, and in that silence Edmund could at last listen to the other noise properly. A strange, sweet, rustling, chattering noise, and yet not so strange, for he had heard it before. If only he could remember where. Then all at once, he did remember. It was the noise of running water. All around them, through, out of sight, there were streams, chattering, murmuring, bubbling, splashing, and even in the distance, roaring. And his heart gave a great leap, though he hardly knew why when he realized that the frost was over. And much nearer there was a drip, drip, drip from the branches of all the trees. And then he looked at one tree and saw a great load of snow slide off it. And for the first time since he had entered Narnia, he saw the dark green of a fir tree. But he hadn't the time to listen or watch any longer, for the witch said, "Don't sit staring, fool. Get out and help." And of course, Edmund had to obey. He stepped out into the snow. But it was really only slush by now, and began helping the dwarf to get the sled out of the muddy hole it had gotten into. They got it out in the end, and by being very cruel to the reindeer, the dwarf managed to get it on the move again, and they drove a little further. And now the snow was really melting in earnest. Patches of green grass were beginning to appear in every direction. Unless you have looked at a world of snow as long as Edmund had been looking at it, you will hardly be able to imagine what a relief those green patches were after an endless white. Then the sled stopped again. "It's no good, Your Majesty," said the dwarf. "We can't sled in this thaw." "Then we must walk," said the witch. "We shall never overtake them walking," growled the dwarf. "Not with the start they've got." "Are you my counselor or my slave?" said the witch. "Do as you're told. Tie the hands of the human creature behind it and keep hold of the end of the rope. And take your whip and cut the harness off of the reindeer. They'll find their own way home." The dwarf obeyed, and in a few minutes Edmund found himself being forced to walk as fast as he could with his hands tied behind him. He kept on slipping in the slush and mud and wet grass, and every time he slipped, the dwarf gave him a curse and sometimes a flick with the whip. The witch walked behind the dwarf and kept on saying, "Faster, faster." Alright, Alright, Edmund got what he deserved, because I'm like, alright, this is a little bit too much. This is a little bit too much. Like, Edmund is going through it. Also, thank you for the subscription. Thanks much. I'll give you your kisses right now. a lot of those. A lot of them. I actually like took off like all of my lip balm. Good morning. You're here at the tail end of stream. Last kiss. You're here at the tail end of stream. Yeah, no, Edmund doesn't deserve all of this. Like, this is a lot. Like, Edmund is a huge piece of shit, but like, he's also 12, so don't know if I think he deserves to be, you know, treated like a dog. I did have a late day today, so I didn't wake up before now. No, it's okay. You're always, in my opinion, like showing up like midway through stream anyway. It's not like I've ever been here at the start of stream to begin with, so I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying I'm almost done reading this chapter, and then after this chapter, I'm gonna end stream. That's all. I didn't know they did all this to him. I don't remember them doing all of this to Edmund. They said the dwarf hit him with the whip. Okay. It's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much. Just a little bit. Okay, but I'm gonna finish reading. Every moment, the patches of green grew bigger, and the patches of bow grew smaller. Every moment, more and more of the trees shook off their robes of snow. Soon, wherever you looked, instead of white shapes, you saw dark green of firs, or the black, prickly branches of bare oaks and beeches and elms, and the mist turned from white to gold, and presently cleared away altogether. Shafts of delicious sunlight struck down onto the forest floor, and overhead, you could see a blue sky between the treetops. Soon, there were more wonderful things happening. Coming suddenly around the corner into a glade of silver birch trees, Edmund saw the ground covered in all directions with little yellow flowers. Thanks much for the follow. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart right now. Well, the noise of water grew louder. Presently, they actually crossed a stream. Beyond it, they found snowdrops growing. Mind your business, said the dwarf, when he saw that Edmund had turned his head to look at them, and he gave the rope a vicious jerk. But of course, this didn't prevent Edmund from seeing. Only 5 minutes later, he noticed a dozen crocuses growing round the foot of an old tree, gold and purple and white. And then came a sound even more delicious than the sound of water. Close beside the path they were following, a bird suddenly chirped from the branch of a tree. It was answered by the chuckle of another bird a little further off, and then, as if that had been a signal, there was a chattering and chirruping in every direction, and then a moment of full song, and within 5 minutes the whole wood was ringing with birds' music. And wherever Edmund's eyes turned, he saw birds alighting on branches or sailing overhead or chasing one another or having their little quarrels or tidying up their feathers with their beaks. "Faster, faster," said the witch. There was no trace of the fog now. The sky became bluer and bluer, and now there were white clouds hurrying across it from time to time. In the wide glades, there were primroses. A light breeze sprang up with scattered drops of moisture from the swaying branches and carried cool, delicious scents against the faces of the travelers. The trees began to come fully alive. The larches and birches were covered with green, and the laburnums with gold. Soon the beech trees had put forth their delicate transparent leaves. As the travelers walked under them, the light also became green. A bee buzzed across their path. "This is no thaw," said the dwarf, suddenly stopping. "This is spring. What are we to do? Your winter has been destroyed. I tell you, this is Aslan's doing." "If either of you mention that name again," said the witch, "he shall be instantly killed." Chapter 12. Peter's first battle. And I'll do that next time. And I'll do that next week. I think I was supposed to read chapter 12. I can't remember now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I read 5, but I'm like, should I read chapter 12 and then stop on chapter 13? Or should I just save all those chapters till next time? I don't know. Like, I don't know if I should read chapter 12 or not. I just said I was not going to, but I feel like, what time is it? I mean, I could probably read one more. It's probably just gonna be easier because then I could finish it in the next stream and then it will be done. Then I could finish it in the next stream because that would have been 6 chapters. Today would have been 6 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then next stream will be 5 chapters. So I think I just want to read it, even though I kind of wanted to start with this one next time, but I feel like if it's 6 chapters next time, wait, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I might not get to it. I might be tired. I might not get to it. I might be tired. I mean, I have 30 minutes till the next hour. I could probably read it. Yeah, I'll read it. How long is this chapter? Oh, this chapter's not even that long. We're good. It's not that long. We're good. I can read this one. That's fine. I'm gonna hit everybody with a BRB so I can go PEE, and then I'm gonna refill my water. I'll come back. I'll read this chapter, chat about everything that happened, and then I'll wrap up stream. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go do my thirsty and my BRB. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna hit everybody with a BRB so I can go pee. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's read chapter 12 and then let's wrap up stream. And truthfully, I remember so many like points in this book, but I genuinely did not remember anything that happened in that last chapter. It's like so weird how your brain works like that, because I'm like, I do not remember them whipping him. Don't remember them treating him like a dog. I don't remember that. Don't remember that. It's not a part of my memory. But it happened. Did not remember that. Maybe I'm thinking about the movie. I haven't watched the movie in a really long time. Maybe that'll be the next movie we do for movie night after I'm done reading this book. We'll watch The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That stream will be gone, but maybe we'll do that. Oh, but we're not gonna finish it. When would I do that? I don't know. When would I do that? Not this week, but the week after. I'd have to delete that VOD. I would have to delete that VOD, but we could do it. Maybe after my donathon we can do that. I don't know. It is a good movie. In my head. We'll watch it in a while. But let's read chapter 12. Peter's first battle. He got comfortable. While the dwarf and the white witch were saying this, miles away, the beavers and the children were walking on hour after hour into what seemed like a delicious dream. Long ago they had left the coats behind them, and by now, they had even stopped saying to one another, "Look, there's a kingfisher," or "I say, bluebells," or "What is that lovely smell?" or "Just listen to that thrush." They walked on in silence, drinking it all in, passing through patches of warm sunlight into cool green thickets and out again into wide mossy glades where tall elms raised the leafy roof far overhead, and then into dense masses of flowering currant, and among the hawthorn bushes where the sweet smell was almost overpowering. They had been just as surprised as Edmund when they saw the winter vanishing and the whole wood passing in a few hours or so from January to May. They hadn't even known for certain, as the witch did. Thanks much for the follow. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. Right over here. I like even. They hadn't even known for certain, as the witch did, that this is what would happen when Aslan came to Narnia. But they all knew that it was her spells which had produced the endless winter, and therefore they all knew when this magic spring began that something had gone wrong, and badly wrong, with the witch's schemes. And after the thaw had been going on for some time, they all realized that the witch would no longer be able to use her sleigh. After that, they didn't hurry so much, and they allowed themselves more rests and longer ones. They were pretty tired by now, of course, but not what I'd call bitterly tired, only slow and feeling very dreamy and quiet inside, as one does when one is coming to the end of a long day in the open. Susan had a slight blister on one heel. They had left the course of the big river some time ago, for one had to turn a little to the right, that meant a little to the south, to reach the place of the stone table. Even if this had not been their way, they couldn't have kept to the river valley once the thaw began, for with all that melting snow, the river was soon in flood, a wonderful, roaring, thundering yellow flood, and their path would have been underwater. And now the sun got low, and the light got redder, and the shadows got longer, and the flowers began to think about closing, Not long now, said Mr. Beaver, and began leading them uphill across some very deep, springy moss. Thanks much for the follow, another follow for this sub. I'm gonna give you your kisses right after I finish this sentence because or paragraph, because I'm going to lose my place, so just let me finish. It felt nice under their tired feet, in a place where only tall trees grew very wide apart. The climb, coming at the end of a long day, made them all pant and blow. And just as Lucy was wondering whether she could really get to the top without another long rest, suddenly they were at the top, and this is what they saw. And I'll pause to give you your guesses. Last one. And back to our regularly scheduled program. They were on a green open space from which you could look down on the forest spreading as far as one could see in every direction, except right ahead. There, far to the east, was something twinkling and moving. By gum, whispered Peter to Susan, the sea. In the very middle of this open hilltop was a stone table. It was a great, grim slab of gray stone supported on 4 upright stones. It looked very old, and it was cut all over with strange lines and figures that might be the letters of an unknown language. They gave you a curious feeling when you looked at them. The next thing they saw was a pavilion pitched on one side of an open place. A wonderful pavilion it was, and especially now when the light of the setting sun fell upon it, with sides of what looked like yellow silk and cords of crimson and tent pegs of ivory. And high above it, on a pole, a banner which bore a red, rampant lion fluttering in the breeze, which was blowing in their faces from the far-off sea. While they were looking at this, they heard a sound of music on their right, and turning in that direction, they saw what they had come to see. Aslan stood in the center of a crowd of creatures who had grouped themselves round him in the shape of a half-moon. There were tree women there, and women, dryads, naiads, as they used to be called in our world, who had stringed instruments. It was they who had made the music. There were 4 great centaurs. The horse part of them was like huge English farm horses, and the man part was like stern but beautiful giants. There was also a unicorn, and a bull with the head of a man, and a pelican, and an eagle, and a great dog. And next to Aslan stood 2 leopards, of whom one carried its crown, and the other his standard. But as for Aslan himself, the beavers and the children didn't know what to do or say when they saw him. People who have not been in Narnia sometimes think that a thing cannot be good and terrible at the same time. If the children had ever thought so, they were cured of it now. For when they tried to look at Aslan's face, they just caught a glimpse of the golden mane and the great, royal, solemn, overwhelming eyes. And then they found they couldn't look at him and went all trembly. "Go on," whispered Mr. Beaver. "No," whispered Peter. "You first." "No, sons of Adam before animals," whispered Mr. Beaver back again. "Susan," whispered Peter, "what about you? Ladies first." "No, you're the eldest," whispered Susan. And of course, the longer they went doing this, the more awkward they felt. Then at last, Peter realized that it was up to him. He drew his sword and raised it to the salute, and hastily saying to the others, "Come on, pull yourselves together," he advanced to the lion and said, "We have come, Aslan." "Welcome, Peter, son of Adam," said Aslan. "Welcome, Susan and Lucy, daughters of Eve. Welcome he, Beaver, and she, Beaver." His voice was deep and rich, and somehow took the fidgets out of them. They now felt glad and quiet, and it didn't seem awkward to them to stand and say nothing. "But where is the 4th?" asked Aslan. "He has tried to betray them and join the White Witch, O Aslan," said Mr. Beaver. And then something made Peter say, "That was partly my fault, Aslan. I was angry with him, and I think that helped him go to the wrong." And Aslan said nothing to either excuse Peter or to blame him, but merely stood looking at him with his great unchanging eyes. And it seemed to all of them that there was nothing to be said. That shit was not Peter's fault. I don't know why Peter's taking responsibility besides the fact that he's the oldest, but go off, I guess. "Please, Aslan," said Lucy, "can anything be done to save Edmund?" "All shall be done," said Aslan, "but it may be harder than you think." And then he was silent again for some time. Up to that moment, Lucy had been thinking how royal and strong and peaceful his face looked. Now it suddenly came into her head that he looked sad as well. But next minute that expression was quite gone. The lion shook its mane and clapped its paws together. Terrible paws, thought Lucy, if he didn't know how to velvet them. And said, "Meanwhile, let the feast be prepared. Ladies, take these daughters of Eve to the pavilion and minister to them." When the girls had gone, Aslan laid his paw, and though it was velveted, it was very heavy, on Peter's shoulder and said, "Come, son of Adam, and I will show you afar off a sight of the castle where you are to be king." And Peter, with his sword still drawn in his hand, went with the lion to the eastern edge of the hilltop. There, a beautiful sight met their eyes. The sun was setting behind their backs. That meant the whole country below them lay in the evening light. Forests and hills and valleys, and winding away like a silver snake, the lower part of the great river. And beyond all this, miles away, was the sea, and beyond the sea, the sky, full of clouds, which were just turning rose color with the reflection of the sunset. But just where the land of Narnia met the sea, in fact, at the mouth of the great river, there was something on a little hill shining. It was shining because it was a castle, and of course the sunlight was reflected from all the windows which looked toward Peter and the sunset. But to Peter, it looked like a great star resting on the seashore. That, oh man, said Aslan, is the car Paravel of the 4 thrones, in one of which you must sit as king. I show it to you because you are the firstborn, and you will be high king over the rest. And once more Peter said nothing, for at that moment a strange noise woke the silence suddenly. It was like hi-yo, hi. Hi-yo, hi. How was stream? How was stream? I hope stream went well. Hello. Hello. Please tell me how it went, how it felt, what were you doing? I know you were doing ASMR, but what specifically if you want to share? Hi, hello, Raiders. My name is Puppkats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. Just cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs. So please do not refer to me as a girl. I'm not one. And right now we're reading The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I'm actually on the last chapter that I'm going to read tonight. I'm on chapter 12. I'm on chapter 12, and it's going great. You can read books on Twitch. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to read books on Twitch. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. We did casual ASMR, just a little bit of yapping. What'd you yap about? Please let me know. My yapping streams start tomorrow, so I leave my yapping towards the end of the week because, well, I yap all throughout the week, but try to leave my rapping. Copyright stuff. People keep telling me that, like, people keep saying that, but I genuinely do not understand how me reading the book and then commenting on it, doesn't that fall underneath fair use? If I'm commenting, if I pause, because I mean, I love to yap and talk about the stuff that's happening in the book, I don't understand how that's, like, copywritten, you know? Like, that, wouldn't that fall under fair use? Like, my interpretation, like, if I took the book and I just, like, put the book on stream and I just flipped the pages, like, I don't think that would be appropriate. But it's like, if you're straight reading, I honestly think if you're straight reading, I don't even know if that would be a copyright issue. Because, like, my interpretation of the book and me reading it is different than me, like, showing the book and then, like, reading it, you know? Like, if someone watches a movie, but like their interpretation of it, it's like, you know, it's kind of like those react streams are like when we watch movies and stuff and videos on stream. It's like that falls under fair use. Sorry to read and run, but I'm gonna get some sleep now. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're hungry, tired, or sleepy, and need to head out, I need to leave, feel free to do that. Feel free to take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you. And that applies to everybody, any raiders that came in, anybody who has already been in here. We just had our little break because this is the last chapter that I'm gonna read, but you know, If you do need a break, you're not bound here. There's actually an ad break. Oh, there's the ad break. You're not bound here, you know. No one's forcing you to stay here. There's no gun, at least tonight. Don't have it on me. Don't have the gun on me. So you're totally fine to exit stage left if that's what you need to do, as long as you're taking care of yourself, because we really care about physical and mental health here. So I want you to take care of yourself. So yeah, if you need to head out, then head out. If you need to leave, then leave. Also, the 1 minute notification just started, which means after that 1 minute, you will have been served 3 minutes of advertisements. 3 minutes of advertisements, so you can take care of yourself whenever that hits you as well. Also, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna add a little heart in here under. I'm gonna add it right here. Methinks right there. Methinks. Yeah, but we do. We are on the last chapter that I'm reading. Only a couple pages in, but it is the last chapter that we're reading. Just the last chapter that we're reading. Okay. Or was I? Lost my place. Lost my place. Oh, we're at the bottom. Okay. It is your sister's horn, said Aslan to Peter in a low voice, so low as it to be almost a purr. If it is not disrespectful to think of a lion purring. For a moment, Peter did not understand. When he saw all the other creatures start forward and heard Aslan say with a wave of his paw, "Back! Let the prince win his spurs," he did understand, and set off running as hard as he could to the pavilion. And there he saw a dreadful sight. If you don't want to get spoiled for this book, by the way, like, you don't have to be here. I forgot to say that. This book is old, but like, if you don't want to be spoiled for Narnia, because there's a movie, it's a new adaptation that's coming out next year. I can't remember if it's 2025 or it's next year. I think it's 2026, with Greta Gerwig on Netflix, of Narnia. If you don't want to get spoiled and you want to read it on your own time, like, that's totally fine. You can bow out. Forgot to say that because I'm kind of far, so you might get spoiled if you've never read it before. The naiads and the dryads were scattering in every direction. Lucy was running towards him as fast as her short legs could carry her, and her face was as white as paper. Then she saw Susan make a dash for the tree and swing herself up, followed by a huge gray beast. At first, Peter thought it was a bear. Then he saw that it looked like an Alsatian? What is this breed? What? I'm not a furry. I'm like, what is this? German Shepherd. Why didn't he just say that? He's the German Shepherd. Because he's written in the UK. This is what they call German Shepherds in the UK. Okay. I'm like, what the fuck is an Alsat? I was like, I can't even say it. Alsatian. That is such a fancy way of saying German Shepherd. I like German Shepherd. German Shepherd's cute. Alsatian. I have never in my life heard someone be like, that Alsatian over there is kind of big. I've never heard that. When did they start doing that? Al sauteing? I've never heard that. British slang. I've never heard that in my entire life. I have family that are British. I've never heard that in my entire life. Al sauteing? I was like, what is that? Al sauteing? Said a dog. What? What is a German Shepherd? Never heard that in my entire life. You learn something every single day. You learn something. Never heard that in my entire life. Then he saw what looked like to be an Alsatian, although it was far too big to be a dog. Then he realized that it was a wolf standing on its hind legs, with its front paws against the tree trunk, snapping and snarling. All the hair on its back stood up on end. Susan had not been able to get higher than the second big branch. One of her legs hung down so that her foot was only an inch or two above the snapping teeth. Peter wondered why she did not just get higher, or at least take a better grip. Then he realized that she was going to faint, and that if she fainted, she would fall off. I have a lot to say about the way that C.S. Lewis writes women in his books, but I'm just gonna wait a little bit. I'm just gonna wait a little bit on that one. I'm like noticing a pattern in this story, and I don't like it. I don't like it, but I'll wait on that one, at least until maybe the end of this chapter, and I'll say what I'm thinking. Peter did not feel very brave. Indeed, he felt he was going to be sick, but that made no difference to what he had to do. He rushed straight up to the monster and aimed a slash of its sword right at its side. That stroke never reached the wolf. Quick as lightning, it turned round, its eyes flaming and its mouth wide open in a howl of anger. If it had not been so angry that it simply had to howl, it would have gotten him by the throat at once. As it was, through all this happened so quickly for Peter to think it all. He had just time to duck down and plunge his sword as hard as he could between the brute's 4 legs into its heart. Then came a horrible, confused moment, like something in a nightmare. He was tugging and pulling, and the wolf seemed neither alive nor dead, and its bared teeth knocked against his forehead. And everything was blood and heat and hair. Thank you for the follow. I like your name. Thanks so much. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add it. Alright, here. Sorry, I had to burp. Okay. A moment later, he found that the monster lay dead, and he had drawn his sword out of it, and was straightening his back and rubbing the sweat off his face and out of his eyes. He felt tired all over. Then, after a bit, Susan came down the tree. She and Peter felt pretty shaky when they had met, and I won't say there wasn't kissing and crying on both ends. Hi, Pika. Hiyo. But in Narnia, no one thinks any the worse of you for that. Quick, quick, shouted the voice of Aslan. Centaurs, eagles, I see another wolf in the thickets, there behind you. He has just darted away. After him, all of you. He will be going to his mistress. Now is your chance to find the witch and rescue the 4th son of Adam. And instantly, with the thunder of hooves and beating of wings, a dozen or so of the swiftest creatures disappeared into the gathering darkness. Thank you for the pets, and also thank you for the thirsty. I'm almost done with this chapter, so let me finish it out and then I'll drink something. Peter, still out of breath, turned and saw Aslan close at hand. You have forgotten to clean your sword, said Aslan. It was true. Peter blushed when he looked at the bright blade and saw it smeared with the wolf's hair and blood. He stooped down and wiped it clean on the grass, and then wiped it quite dry on his coat. Hand it to me, and kneel, son of Adam, said Aslan. And when Peter had done so, he struck him with the flat of the blade and said, Rise up, Sir Peter Wolfsbane, and, whatever happens, never forget to wipe your sword. Chapter 13, and I'll do chapter 13, hopefully 14, 15, 16, and the last chapter next time. And the last chapter next time. Got through a lot today, so I'm gonna pause there. I'm gonna do my drink. Where's my water? Right here. Thanks much. Yes. Good couple chapters. I was gonna say earlier that the way that C.S. Lewis writes, and if I forgot to say, if you've never been to a puppkats reading stream, I'm not the type of reader that's just reading the fucking book. That's not how I do things. I don't just read the book. I pause, I commentate, I say thoughts, I make connections about themes that I see, ideas, how this book reads now in modern times, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like C.S. Lewis was a misogynist. I don't think that's what that is. I don't think that's what that is. I do think I do think that, because like the way he writes women is just very interesting, and I haven't finished the entire book yet, and I don't remember how he finishes writing these characters, because also there's 7 books in this entire series, and this is the first book in Narnia, but it's just like very odd to me. And analyzing reader, yeah, it's like when we read The Hunger Games, it's like, you know, we read it, we paused, we talked about themes, we saw how things connected. I mean, like, I consider like my streams to be like kind of like a book club, right? Like, we're gonna talk about it and everything, and like analyze, like, is the book still even good? I would say this book so far is still holding up, still an easy read, honestly a much simpler read than the Graveyard book that we read like a few weeks ago, or like not even a few weeks ago, that was so long ago, that was like 2 months ago. Yeah, Graveyard book was like a much harder read, and they're both for children, which is so interesting. But also I'm understanding that that old man that we can't talk about because he's a demon, he's a horrible person, who wrote the Graveyard book, is a completely different writer than C.S. Lewis. But like, back to my original statement, C.S. Lewis writes women in a very like, I don't know, like so far it's coming off as like motherly, like women are to be motherly and kind and gentle and sweet and caring and to be desired, but not to engage in the horrors of war, which is definitely an interesting choice. It's definitely an interesting choice because like there are 4 protagonists, and yet I don't know, I feel like I can't really speak on it because I'm like, I actually don't remember how the rest of this book goes, and I don't even know if he touches on it, because there are 7 books, so I'm like, maybe he touches on it later in the other books as the kids grow older, but I don't even think the other books are all about these kids, because I don't even think that. Maybe that's why I didn't finish Narnia, because I think they stopped being about the siblings after a certain amount, after maybe like the 3rd book, and then it's like about these other characters in the Narnia, because it's just about Narnia, it's the Chronicles of Narnia, it's not about the chronicles of these siblings. This is just how the book starts, or the series starts. But it's like, it's kind of disappointing in a way that like Lucy and Susan are protagonists in this story, and like Lucy is the whole reason. And again, I haven't finished the rest of the book, so I haven't read this book in like 10 years. But like Lucy is the whole reason why this entire story kicks off, and it's her constant. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to speak about it because I'm like, well, on one hand, that is a good thing, right? But I just wish like they gave more agency to Susan, I think. Like that's kind of what's like bothering me, and that's kind of what is bothering me about this scene. My thoughts are kind of jumbled together right now, but they're all gonna make sense because like Lucy's compassion and kindness is not a bad thing. Like, it's not a bad thing to be motherly or kind or compassionate. It is a bad thing when that's kind of your only character. And I guess it's not a bad thing for Lucy specifically to only have this character trait because she's like 8 years old. And it's her compassion and kindness that kind of drives the story. Because if Lucy wasn't a compassionate or kind individual and didn't forgive as easily, right? And didn't forgive as easily. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. And didn't forgive as easily. Like, none of them would really be there because, like, Lucy could have gotten mad at all of them for not believing her the first time when she was like, there's a whole world in the wardrobe, nobody believes me. I mean, she was mad, but she forgave them all. And it's Lucy's compassion with Mr. Tumnus that, you know, like she could have, I don't know what she could have done. She could have done anything in that situation, but she was kind and compassionate. And that's why Mr. Tumnus decided to betray the White Witch in the first place, because she was the first human that he had ever met and was actually kind and nice to him. So it's like her compassion drives the story. However, it's kind of disappointing because like Susan doesn't even feel like a character. It's kind of frustrating because like Susan's the second oldest, though that never really comes across, and we're damn near done with the book. Like Susan is kind of this like nothing character, and it's like I feel like she does have some sway in just the way that people kind of talk about her, but she's like this nothing character that's kind of just here to be like compassionate and kind. And in a moment where Susan could have had an opportunity to kind of be more proactive, like the wolves had come after them because they were sent after the White Witch, right? In a moment where Susan could have been proactive, the moment was given to Peter, which is weird. Like, that's weird to me. That, like, that's very strange. Thank you so much for the anonymous gifting. Thank you for anonymously gifting. Wanted to hide, huh? Didn't want to tell me who you were, huh? Didn't want me to know, huh? But thank you, I really do appreciate it. That was a really wet one. That was a really wet one. I'll give you your kisses in a minute. I just also want to finish my thought. But I do really appreciate the gift subs. Thank you. But yeah, it's just weird that like in a moment where it feels like, and again, I haven't read the rest of the books because, well, I haven't read them in like 10 years. These books are old. I haven't read them in a while. And I think I only read up to book 3, so I'm like, I don't know if Susan gets more time spent on her in the later books. I don't know, but it just feels like that was a moment where Susan could have protected Lucy, because she's also a sibling in this relationship. She's a sibling here. She is supposed to be like one of the protagonists, but the only thing that she's said so far and really done so far is just tell everybody that we should have gone home. We should have gone home. Maybe we should have gone home. What about Edmund? That's kind of it. That's it. That's all Susan has done. And instead, they put her up in the fucking tree in a moment where she could have been fighting the wolves with one of the gifts that Father Christmas gave her. And I know Father Christmas said earlier in I think it was chapter 9, like, you know, Lucy, Susan, you're not meant to be a part of this fight, which is weird, Father Christmas. That's weird, Santa. These weapons I'm giving you, they're just used to defend yourself. Women can't fight, they can only defend themselves. Which you might be saying, like, Pup, you're thinking a little bit too much about it, but it's like, well, am I thinking a little bit too much about it when also Edmund makes comments like, that's just how women are at the beginning in chapter 4 or 5, like when Lucy goes off and she's like, that's just how women are emotional. That's just how constantly bringing up how women are emotional and how women are too delicate to listen to certain conversations about war. And it's like, what's happening here? Like I'm just noticing all of these little things, and it's like, it's frustrating that like one of your protagonists is being sidelined so that Peter, the oldest sibling, can have a moment where it's like, Peter's gonna get to use that fucking sword any day of the fucking week. It's a fucking sword and shield, like he can use it, okay? Let the girl do the bow and arrow. It's pissing me off. She's supposed to use the bow and arrow for what exactly? I mean, we're sure we're gonna find out in chapter 13, 14, 15, 16, whatever. 13, 14, 15, 16, and whatnot. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Thank you. I'm sure we're gonna find out later what she's gonna use that bow for, but it's like, it's also whack-tastic that it's like she didn't use the bow. Like, I wish it was a situation where it's like maybe she tried to use the bow and then like the bow didn't work, because that's what Father Christmas already said. Like, Father Christmas said the bow has another purpose that's outside of war, so she could have tried it and then it didn't work, and then she blew on the horn. Like, there's no mention of this fucking bow and arrow that she was given with all these fucking quivers, and instead she blows on the fucking horn. Oh my god, my big brother has to come and save me. This is embarrassing, Susan. Stand up. I'm embarrassed. I'm annoyed. I'm embarrassed. I want more for Susan. I want her to do something in the story. It's pissing me off. I'll let Lucy slide because Lucy has been driving the narrative. Lucy is the person that found the wardrobe. Lucy is the whole reason why they even know the wardrobe in Narnia in the first place. So Lucy doesn't have to do anything more in the story, and she's 8 years old, so, you know, she can be cute and small and tiny. It's fine. But like, Susan, you're too old. You're too old to be doing all of this. You're pissing me off. The story, C.S. Lewis, you're pissing me off. And again, there's something to be said about like kindness in the face of war, but I think that's like when you're having one of your protagonists constantly being saved by another character, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. She hasn't done anything. It's sad. Anyway, that's my analysis of Susan as a character throughout the story, because I couldn't hold it back anymore. The misogyny. It's not misogyny. I don't think it's misogyny. Latent misogyny. The misogyny doesn't feel like hurtful, you know? It doesn't feel malicious is what I'm saying, which is why I hesitate to call it misogyny, because I think often, but then again, misogyny doesn't have to be malicious if we're really analyzing it. Misogyny can just be, it doesn't have to be malicious. I guess it is misogyny. I like C.S. Lewis. I like C.S. Lewis, that's why I'm like, oh man, not the misogyny. I like him, but I'm like, are those the vibes? I don't know. I'll give him until the end of the book, until I can give him the full stamp of misogyny. I'll give him until the end of the book before I can give that stamp. And that's not to say malicious misogyny, it just is a fact of how he wrote it. Just a fact of how he wrote the book. I'll keep that in mind. Hello, hello, hi. Okay, now the kisses come. Thank you to my anonymous gifter. Thanks much. Your kisses are right here. always have to make that sound every single time. I always have to make it. It just doesn't feel like a real kiss if I don't make the sound. If I don't make the little sounds, it just doesn't sound like a kiss. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really feel like a kiss. I do that like instantly. I was thinking about that the other day when I was doing this, and I was like, doesn't it just sound like wait, don't you just do that automatically? Yeah, like yeah, like instantly. I have to make the little sound. I'm already doing it. Yeah, you have to do it every single time. You have to do it every single time. But hi, hello. I'm like approaching the end of stream. We're just kind of like, I'm just kind of chatting. I'm just kind of chatting about the stream so far in the chapter. So far. And the chapter so far. Because I've already been reading for like 4 hours. I've already been reading for 4 hours. Your boy is tired. Your boy needs a nap. A napski. I need a little nap. And probably Red Bull. No Red Bull. It's so late. You're not gonna want a Red Bull. Sleep. Nap time. Oh, I love when nothing is working for me. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, that doesn't piss me off at all. Doesn't upset me. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, it's almost 5 hours. You're joking. I've been yapping. Oh my god, no, I gotta go to sleep. Oh my god, no, I gotta go to sleep. Okay, no more. The minute I start talking about the themes of the book, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna start getting in my head about everything because I start noticing like little things here and there. But yeah, I feel very frustrated with Susan's character. I need them to figure it out. I'm hoping the rest of the chapters we do something with Susan when it comes to the White Witch. Thank you, because this book is very like Lucy. I don't even know if I'd say Peter. I guess Peter centric. It feels like everybody has something going on except for Susan, like literally, because like Peter is supposed to be king. And also he takes responsibility of his siblings. He's taking the responsibility of Edmund's bad behavior, even though that wasn't his fault. Because like Edmund was being a beast. Like Edmund was being a little shit, so I don't understand why he's taking that on, but maybe it's just like eldest responsibilities, I don't know. And then Edmund has his whole thing about like learning to have empathy and not being a piece of shit. Learning to have empathy for somebody that's not himself, and caring for other people and not being self-serving. So he has his own plot line with the White Witch. And then Lucy doesn't really have a plot line. She's just kind of moving the story along. Lucy kind of moved the story along at every hand. Yeah, because it was also Lucy who asked the bird if she knew where, or if the bird knew where Mr. Tumnus was. So like Lucy is just kind of like progressing the plot in whatever way that Lucy wants to progress the plot. So Lucy found them the beavers. Lucy also found Mr. Tumnus. Lucy found the wardrobe. Like Lucy's moving the plot along. But it's like Susan has literally nothing to do. She's just along for the ride. Like everybody has something going on. It's just Lucy. Just sorry, not Lucy, Susan. That has nothing left to do. But yeah, I think that's kind of like everything that happened this time. I'm sure I'm gonna forget in a week. Anyway, so I read books like I don't read books every Thursday, but Thursday is usually the day that I read books, so I'm gonna finish this next week. I don't read books like every single stream, so if you're like, Pup, when are you gonna finish the rest of the book? I read every Thursday. Every Thursday I read a book. We started with the Hunger Games like last year? No, the year before that, 2023? Yeah, 2023 I think we started with the Hunger Games. And we've been reading books on stream every Thursday as our little book club, every week since then, except for the summer, because I think I went on vacation. Yes, the summer because I went on vacation, and then December because I went on vacation, November, December because I went on vacation again. But yeah, we've read the Hunger Games, all the entire Hunger Games series. What else did we read after that? Coraline, Graveyard Book, Holes. I keep forgetting about Holes. Holes was such a good read. I really enjoyed that one. Holes. I've enjoyed every book that we've read so far. Actually, I haven't disliked a book that we've read so far. Holes and yeah, Coraline, Graveyard Book, Holes. And then after that, we were supposed to read American Gods by Neil Gaiman. Because I did read Coraline and I read a Graveyard Book, but then I was like, I literally cannot for the life of me read a Neil Gaiman book right now. And I'm just kind of done reading Neil Gaiman books. Like, I love Coraline, will always love Coraline. I thoroughly enjoyed the Graveyard Book. I thought it was great, but like, I'm just not gonna ever read anything that he's ever written ever again. So, and if you're like, why, you can look up Neil Gaiman and you can find out why yourself. I don't have to explain his crimes, so don't want to, nor do I have to explain his crimes. But yes, I am sleepy, sleepy. Your boy is sleepy, sleepy. Why is everything going really slow? Sorry, because it's late and this is my way. I'm trying to wrap up. From 1 to 10, how bad is he? 10. 10. He's a predator. 10. Well, not with like children, but like he's not a good person. He's not a good person. You can read the article. He's like not a good person at all, which is really sad because he wrote Good Omens, he wrote Coraline, he wrote a lot of books that a lot of people really enjoy. I mean, I read I think like a couple of chapters of American Gods and I would have liked to finish it, but I just didn't feel good platforming him because a lot of people don't know about Neil Gaiman and then are like, who's the author that you're reading? And I'm like, oh god, I really don't want people to like start reading Neil Gaiman because I read Neil Gaiman on stream. That would be really upsetting to me. That'd be like very upsetting to me to find out that like, oh, people started reading Neil Gaiman because I read it. Because I know a lot of people really liked the Hunger Games streams and started reading the Hunger Games after I recommended it, which I still highly recommend. If you've never read the Hunger Games in your entire life, the Hunger Games is the only book series that I have 6 copies of, like genuinely 6 copies of that book. I have 3, the original trilogy in my library in my childhood home, and then I have 3 with me right now. And I bought the movies. Well, the first 2 movies. You know, not all of them. The first 2 movies, not all of them. The second, the third movie, part 1 and part 2, are not that good. They're not that good, so let's not talk about it. But you know, the other ones are great. Everyone's are great. I highly recommend it. You read it, and if you don't like the Hunger Games, don't ever tell me that because it's gonna make me think less of you. Please don't ever tell me that. Also, thank you for the Redema check and the Thirsty Redeem. Thanks much. I did need a bit of a stretch. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to read Percy Jackson. My only problem is that I actually dislike the Percy Jackson series after the first book. Like, I think the first book is perfect. I think the first Percy Jackson book is like, The Lightning Thief is so fucking good. But then there's like 5 more books, and I've read them, and I just don't think that they're that good. That's like my hot take, is that I think they're like not good at all. I think Sea of Monsters is like a 7 out of 10. I think The Lightning Thief is like a 10 out of 10. And then I read Sea of Monsters and I was like, oh my god, this shit sucks. And then I read, well, not that it sucks, it's like a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10. And then I don't remember what the 3rd book is. I read all the way up to the 5th book and I was like, I can't be here anymore. This book series is not good. It's not good. Not good at all. Pissing me off. In any case, let me stop talking about books. I could talk about books for like 3 hours. Clearly. Clearly I can talk about books for 3 hours. 35 hours. But in any case, I will wrap up. I will wrap up. Be sleepy. My gosh. I'm burping because of I'm burping because of the water that I just drank. My god, dying. I'm dying. Everything is really slow for me all of a sudden. I hate when this happens. Everything is like incredibly slow for me right now. My god, I can't catch a break tonight. Cannot catch a break tonight. My gosh. Oh, everybody's going to sleep. My god. Like everybody and their mom is going to sleep. Oh no. Let me see. But yeah, I'm hoping that I finish the book next time. I'd hate to like split up the book series into like two. I'd hate to split up the book series into like two separate ones. Two separate new streams. Sorry, I didn't even explain that was two separate streams. Because I hate when shit is split up, because I usually do like 4-hour streams, but these days I've just been eepy, sleepy, tired. Let's see. I am gonna wrap up. I've been saying that for like 3 hours, but it's like I actually am gonna wrap up. Just debating like where to go. I'm gonna wrap up. Let's see. Things like the stream, even if I wasn't here for a long time. That's okay. You don't have to be here for a long time. It's not like there's a gun. It's not like there's, you know, a gun or, you know, rope. At least not tonight. There's no rope, there's no gun, so you're all good. I don't expect you to be here all the time. I don't expect anyone to be here all the time. X to doubt. Alright, so there might be a gun underneath the table. Okay, so what? So what if there's a gun underneath the table? I'm just saying I'm not gonna use it on you, okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna use it on you. There is a gun. It's here. I have it. I'm not gonna use it on you. The rope is in another room, okay? I would never bust out the rope on a random stream like this. The gun is always underneath the table, though. The gun is always there. I just say I don't have it because I don't want to freak you guys out. That's all. I don't want to freak anybody out. You know, it is a little scary to hear about a gun. It is a little scary to hear about them. Hear about the gun, okay? It's a tiny bit scary, so I don't want to scare anybody by bringing up mention of a gun. That's all. Trying to get more people here, not less. Okay. Trying to get more people to like me, not less. Okay. Let me see. I don't know why nothing is working for me right now. I love that. 2 streams in a row where I'm having issues like this. Will puppkats ever know peace? I don't know. Anyway, I'm hoping everybody is liking the Narnia streams because I am liking reading the book. It's actually much shorter than I thought. What? It's actually much shorter than I thought it was going to be. Nothing is actually working for me today. Wow. Wow, it's actually much shorter than I would have thought. I think more people would like you if I had a gun. A gun is not my weapon of choice unless I'm playing a video game. My gun is not my weapon of choice unless I am playing a video game. My weapon of choice is a knife. That's my weapon of choice. If I'm gonna have a weapon, it's gonna be a knife. 9 times out of the 10. 9 times out of the 10, it's gonna be a knife. I just like knives, you know? I think they're hot. I just love knives. I think they're hot. Sexy. I think they're hot and sexy. Sexy and hot. But yes, let me. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Thanks much. I'm gonna add a little heart in your on there. What about a knife gun? A gun that shoots knives, or a gun in the shape of a knife? A gun that shoots knives? What are you talking about? A gun that shoots knives would go crazy. gun that shoots knives would go crazy. Dangerous. Yeah, I'm more of a gun user. Like, not in reality, but like in video games, I love using a gun. Like, and give me long distance. Love using a gun. I'm not that good of a sharpshooter, but just give me a gun. Just give me a gun. I'm not the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's gonna like handle you with a sword. I just don't think I would do very well with that. Ballistic knife. Interesting. Interesting things are being talked about in the puppkat stream. Interesting things are happening here. In any case, I'm gonna force it. You know what? I don't know why this is working perfectly and then the other one is not. It's kind of pissing me off. I don't know why that one's working perfectly and this one is not, but I'm gonna force it. Let's see. I'm gonna put my raid message in chat. And then because I've been saying for a minute that I'm gonna, I don't even know if it's gonna go automatically or not, so if it does, I'm so sorry that you don't get to hear my ending message. I'm trying to try and force it. I don't know what that just did. Did that even do anything? Did that even do anything? Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, well, I'm gonna raid Oda because they're doing an art stream and I like to raid other artists. Because I'm an artist myself, I do art streams all the time. If no one has told you today, you are loved, you are valued, and you are so fucking appreciated on this earth, and you deserve to hear that every single fucking day of your life. And I am happy to be one person this lifetime that gets to tell you that you are loved, you are valued, and you are so fucking appreciated because you deserve to hear that every single day of your life. Yes, I'm gonna raid them. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do ASMR, just chatting, no reading, just chatting, just vibes, just fun hangout time with puppkats. It's gonna be good, great, and fantastic. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna add a little heart in the meantime while I can. Hopefully I'll do it real fast. If you want to stalk me, because of course you want to stalk me, my links, my socials are below. They're in my about me, and you can do that. I'm active on Twitter. I'm active on Reddit. My Reddit is gone because it got suspended for some reason. I don't know why. But you know, you can follow me, Twitter, Discord, all of those things. You can stalk me there. And yeah, all my information's on my card. And if there's nothing left for me to say, I'll see you next time, or until next time. Bye. 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 Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. 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 Hopefully that went through. Hopefully question mark that went through. We're seeing pause champ. I haven't said pause champ in a really long time. Pause champ. Pause champ. Pause champ. I haven't said pause champ in so long. Pause champ. Hi-oh. Pause champ. What's wrong with me? Next I'm gonna start saying poggers. Pause champ. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I'm done. Hopefully that raid went through. Should I go check? Is the raid going through? It did. Okay, perfect. I'm done now.